time to release the BS.
Fucking bees. Bacon, thank you kindly. No, sorry, I shouldn't immediately be like, fucking bees. I had the realization when I was setting up today that at some point I have to go through Dark Nest. I got to go through the bad place, right? And the bad place is nothing but dark tunnels in really tight, cramped environments. Perfect for, you know, bees. Like, I've been talking a lot of shit. I'll be honest. I'm talking a lot of shit because we played through this before, but joking that Hollow Knight is an easy game for babies is like one of my favourite pastimes. However, I will end up probably choking on those words. Ooh, that might be interesting because I did notice, Bacon, that a couple of times during the previous runs, the darkness either like just gave us like a peephole window that we could see through, or sometimes we could still see the whole screen, but everything was the same level of dark. So it'll certainly be interesting. I'm gonna get so wrecked in that area. Anyway, how are you doing? Wolfgrad Bacon, Watto, and welcome. Hello. I'm just gonna apologise in advance. The dogs are being extra needy today. You would not think that they have been, played with, loved, like absolutely doted on. No. And J-Post, Watto, and welcome. Coming in, friends, coming in.
What ho? Will, I really appreciate how you focus on educational titles. Teaching kids how to sail and gamble and tonight survive.
That's what I do. I mean, if a week goes by where we don't teach kids to gamble, are we truly in video game? Keldra, Watto, and welcome. Oh. See, the thing is, once again, I want to tell you all cool stuff, but I can't talk about it right now. So I got even more cool work stuff yesterday. Somebody hit me up with a really cool bit of paid work last night while we were on the Sea of Thieves. So that's going to be awesome, but I can't tell you. Though I can say, do go watch, or I should say listen to, Ben Padden's latest creation, Jump Leads. They have knocked it out of the park. It is very funny. And I have a cameo in the last episode. And if you can, first person to spot it, I don't know, wins 50p in a bag of skips. I don't know. I don't have a real prize. Not I look like a real prize-giving person. Also, apologies for faffing around. I was doing some test painting last night. And according to the lights, you can't tell the difference between either of these silvers. But I assure you, they're very different. But yeah, so Legend, Keldra, Amos, stop me. Legend, Keldra, how are you doing? And just as a blanket statement, Amos is fine. He is going to tell you all that he is unloved and unwanted and that no one looks after him. That is extremely not true. Do not believe the baby boy's lies. In fact, like, before going live, I was sitting with him on the balcony just being like, hey, it's okay, you're alright. And he's like, no, my life is over. Got 4 brand new tyres. I mean, I guess that's better than, like, just swapping the corners. I don't know much about cars. I know that they need wheels. Legend, you are 100% right. Amos is prime drama queen today. Well, no, more like, I don't know. I don't have a good equivalent. Stroppy teenager's not quite there, and toddler freaking out about things that doesn't really matter, doesn't quite hit the same beat. But anyway, like, whatever happens, friends, we are hanging out today and we're playing Hollow Knight, so that means it's going to be a great day. I've nearly finished my latest fancy Gundam, which I'm very proud of parts of it, but there were a couple of places where I tried out some techniques to make this Mother Hubbard look a little bit better. Because I initially was going to use the fancy paint that clogged my airbrush. I still couldn't get that to work. So this is a combination of like water-based paints and some of the more metallic stuff. But the metallic paint was too thick to do stenciling on. So yeah, if you want to see some slightly better quality pictures, you can have a look in the No Grey November in Discord. But yeah, this is my latest creation, snapped together last night. The red chin is not supposed to be as red as it came out, which means it is literally the first thing that everyone sees. But then again, like, you know, I'm real proud of the subtleties on it. So yeah, you're getting a free Gundam show here. And like I said, if you haven't seen this one before, this is the Gundam Barbatus. And it's kind of like the first paint job that anybody ever does is take a Barbatus and paint it black and red. I don't know why, it just seems to be the thing. He wasn't supposed to be Edgy Edgelord Barbatus. Unfortunately, like I said, the paint that I wanted to use clogged up my airbrush, so I'm still kind of learning. So how does it go with your good selves? Aside from that, friends, like, you all saw all the interesting stuff that I did. I don't think anybody solved the Sea of Thieves ARG yet. So everybody's still kind of competing to solve the last parts. I mean, someone might have solved it and they just haven't shared the answer. Because again, there's a gold-plated skull on the line for whoever cracks it first. But that's really been about it for like interesting stuff. I'm watching trash at the moment to kind of like unwind my evenings. And aside from a couple of mimosas yesterday morning, courtesy of a friendo, I have not been drinking this week, so I'm very proud of myself. It helps that I can't afford to drink. Poverty is a great motivator, but no, I'm doing good. So I'm taking my wins where I can. Like I said, I'm drowning in good video games. And yeah, this Battle Grid prologue is proving to be dangerously good. Like a combination of teamfight tactics and Vampire Survivors, but with a mech vibe. Like I gotta be careful because this one's gonna consume me, and I'm still trying to finish Vampire Survivors. I finally got all of the obnoxious tarot card achievements done. Oh, so Fred, it's called Battle Grid Prologue. The prologue's currently free, and honestly, I wasn't gonna try it till I saw a few friendos playing it. It is janky. Like, I had to restart my first game 3 times because the tutorial broke. But it's literally teamfight tactics meets Vampire Survivors. You build a team of mechs, and you try and get like synergy between their like weapons and frames. But to upgrade your mechs, you buy multiple of the same and merge them together. Same with the weapons. So there's a gajillion ways that you can get things working with other things, and it's fascinating. But again, this is less of a prologue, more of like an early demo. I know, Fred. Me liking mechs? What kind of fucking wild shit is this? But here we are. There was another mech auto battler that released very recently, but that one's purely PvP. Which was Mechabellum. I avoided that one as well because they had to do a lot of weird rebranding and changes, and I don't know why. But that one's more like, what if more traditional RTS, but auto battler? And I mean, I think that's a format that will work very well. I mean, not that you all need me to tell you, but like, when it comes to RTS games, top tier play is denoted by like speed of action. rather than, you know, a utilization of like battlefield tactics and things like that. In fact, it's mildly fascinating that a top tier play RTS competitive games are much closer to fighting games than strategy games. Now, that's probably why the MOBA scene exploded so much, because it just purely distills like top tier play. But that's another story. Sorry, friends, it's me rambling on about nonsense. How are you all doing? Yeah, that's really the long and short of it. I sent Nessa a link today to a little pin that says all my best work is under NDA, because I'm doing so much. I've not managed to get my sleep patterns under control because, like, I'm trying to just spend some time in the evenings where I'm not working, which is why I've been putting together this Gundam. But literally, I'm now working on 3 different. I don't want to call. They're not all consultancy gigs, but they're all contract jobs on the side, as well as hanging out with you lot. And I can't talk about any of them. Which is like, ah! Next week we've got Summer Games Fest kicking off. Although I do have some sad news for us all. From my research, I'm sorry to report that Nina motherfucking Struthers will not be returning for this year's Devolver Digital. So I don't know what the Devolver Direct is going to be. Maybe it's a clever misdirect. But I'm sad to report that as it stands right now, there will not be the continuation of the Nina motherfucking Struthers saga. And after the last one did a blink for blink remake of the never-ending story, the ending scene with the princess and Suda51 and a giant robot. Well, Suda51 and a big robot. I think Giant's got to be at least a story or 2, but yeah. Maybe they realised they peaked. Maybe they didn't want to continue with the saga anymore. Now, obviously, we'll still be watching, because it'll be interesting to see if they do like a subversion of expectation, which like the Devolver marketing has been very good at. But yeah, I guess you can't subvert expectation when the expectation is to be off the wall. But it doesn't mean I'm not sad about it. If you're wondering what in the bloody hell I'm talking about, over the years, Devolver Digital basically lampooned and dominated the E3. Amos! Leave it! Sorry, dad voice. Devolver Digital basically lampooned and dominated the E3 press conference space with their like fake PR executive Nina Struthers. Full name Nina motherfucking Struthers. It resulted in one of the best moments from E3 Bowl that we've ever had. Sorry, wow, I went to space for a second there. Apologies. So back in the day, Devolver announced they were going to be doing an E3 press conference. As is the case, everyone was expecting your usual kind of like pomp and circus. And what we got was like a surrealist, video nasty type delve into madness, which opened with this fake PR executive coming out to a crowd of cheering fake journos and firing a gun in the air to get them to stop clapping. Absolute master level. Like, very much taking the, what was his name? Oh, something Butler. Oh my god, the fake zone. Sony came up with a fake executive, somebody Butler, who used to do a lot of the E3 press stuff as well, who actually got fired for doing an advert that contained a Wii in it, because the guy's a paid actor. Did one of the best speeches at any E3 ever. Oh well, it's gone now. Sleep deprivation and gin. That's another memory gone. Sorry, I'm so boring and I can't talk about the cool stuff. What else is going now? I still haven't had much luck getting to play the new Gundam game. Well, it's not new. It's the Gundam Battle Operations, one that's been ported over from the PS4. I've had like one game that didn't bug out, and it was really solid. So I've got a little bit of the itch. But also, my Gundam Mobley game ends tomorrow. So I feel a weird compulsion to finish the story of a mobile game before it shuts down. I know it's weird, but yeah. Legends. So for the thing from yesterday evening, I'll be able to talk about that next month. For the other two, question mark. As I said, I'm working with two separate teams at the moment. One team is still in the prototyping phase, and the other team is further along in terms of like business and production, but behind in terms of like actually putting down, you know, playable prototypes. I don't think I'll be able to talk about one of them. I probably won't be able to talk about this year. The other, it really depends on the direction that the creative individual wants to take. And that's the cool, weird indie one that I'm just doing like no cost, like help. I'm sincerely hoping this individual makes a vomitous amount of money because they've got the skills and the talent. They just need that lightning strike. So I'm hoping beyond hope that they make an inordinate amount of cash. I have told them that if they end up making millions, I'm absolutely going to hit them up. Like. You know, I think that's fair. I think that's fair as an agreement. Hey, if you end up vomitously wealthy, I'm gonna come hit you up for some cash. And yeah, so I'm gonna try not to do the whole I'm working on something I can't tell you, because it is one of the most obnoxious traits that we have in the games industry. Oh, second only to people who go to events and brag about the swag that they get. That's got to be one of the most obnoxious video game industry traits. God. You know what? With the death of E3, I'll no longer have to hear about fucking PR guys, if you'll forgive the term, willy-waving at each other about who got the best swag. Fuck off. No one cares. None of you even like the games you're getting swag from. I think that's what drove me up the wall about the Cyberpunk 2077 jackets that they were giving out a couple of years back, when Cyberpunk kind of first really started its PR push, because they were very high quality and really cool. And most of the people who got them didn't even know. They didn't even care. It was just, I didn't just get a free hoodie, I got a free jacket with some logo on, I guess. Ooh, no, you know what, Fred? That's one. That's a. And you know what? Most of the time when people talk about that, they actually couldn't have gotten you in. They're just flexing. Sorry, Fred was saying one of the worst is going to an industry event, then bragging about how awesome the food and company is, like after the fact, being like, "Oh, did you want to go to that? Oh, I totally could have gotten you in." Like. See, Warcraft, I guess it's different for everybody. I like things that are special and different. So, like, hoodies are great, t-shirts are okay. But things like, you know, if I just look around my desk, so I've got a Sunshine Shuffle poker chip. Let me dust these off. I have 2 sizes of... I can't remember if this is supposed to be just a promotional coin. So I got this promotional coin. I can't remember if it's meant to be a slammer or just a coin. But also, I felt a bit bad because back when Terra were doing a big marketing push, they were giving these out. These fancy coins. And you were supposed to exchange these for a free t-shirt. And I'm like, is your t-shirt going to be as cool as this, like, etched, solid chunk of a coin? No, it's not. What else have I got around here? Because, like, the one of the other cool ones we got was the boarding passes from an airport for aliens currently run by Ghost. We framed that one.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
56 months is unquestionably enough time that it kind of fades into just time. So I think you're stuck with me for the foreseeable future.
Wait, if I'm stuck with you and you're stuck with me, then who's driving the plane? No, Catastrophe, I was going on a rant about this yesterday of like, I can't visualize 56 months. I understand intellectually that it's about 4.5 years, but when I try and visualize how much time that is, my brain just goes, nah. So, thank you, and if I'm stuck with all of you lot for the rest of time, then I got a pretty lucky deal, you know? Fred said, then there's the monkey's paw of swag. For example, a good friend of mine, a ginger, got me a set of keys for Artifact. Yo, you went in with me and Ket when we played the Artifact demo. Ket almost went all the way. Oh, so a few years back at PAX, the Artifact stand, remember that, was doing a thing where you got to play a game against another person. If you won your game, you got to play another. And if you then cleared that, you could make it up onto the main stage against somebody else. Ket was wrecking face at that. It's real good. I still proudly have kept my Artifact shirt. Although, sadly, it's really faded now. Also, because the way Steam works, I can't get rid of my Artifact cards. They're still on my account. That I find wild. God. Lagmeister says, where's the full tailored Hitman suit? That would be in Hitman's closet. God, I'm looking around because usually, like, ambient swag is a problem. I did get these fake Pocket Gamer Connect dollars. That was my most recent one. I don't know who that gentleman is in the center, but these were the drink tokens from the after party. That was a good night. Okay, this doesn't count as swag, but it is one of the best things that a video game company has ever given to me. And this was the Rocco's Rat Nest demo. You remember we did a playthrough of that? Here it is. And it was sent to me, and it's literally, it is duct tape over an Elton John The Way You Look Tonight CD from 1997. And literally inside, do not copy Rocco's Rat Nest version 12. Oh, and then there was GDC last year, in terms of, like, I can't say this was good swag, but remember this one? I painted this because I was getting used to my airbrush. And this was the rip-off. It's basically like a faux emulation handheld. You know, it's made in some sketchy part of the world. And it's just a shitload of NES and Game Boy Color and Super Nintendo ROMs on a handheld. And it's so janky. Oh shit. So gotta redo this little guy. Oh, sorry. This was the fake transformer I picked up from a gas station for $1 when we did our little road trip down to LA. And I've been saying to myself that I'm going to try and use like the airbrush to like rebuild him and make him cool. Though the more I look at this, the more I reserve the right to change my mind. Knockoff Bumblebee here doesn't really have a lot going for him. You know what, Fred? I'd love to do that. Oh yes, and Catastros, feckin' Rocco's rat there. Look around for any more like ambient swag. I'm a real sucker for pins, as you well know, and caffeine. Watto and welcome. Oh, Biggs, I didn't say hello. Watto and welcome. Happy Saturday. We're just having a natter. Because to be honest, like, I'm looking around and the cool shit around here is all gifts from you lot, or like stuff you all have made. So like, from Baron, I've still got my, and I will give this a proper paint job, I've still got the 3D printed knife from Subnautica, which does a really cool spin. There's the fancy Sailor Moon tee. There's the Hollow Knight Wanderer's Journal and the Return of the Obra Dinn. I still don't know who sent me the Gundam F91 on the Super Famicom. Well, Japanese Super Nintendo, you know that. God, there's so many little MacGuffins. And like I said, I do keep everything that you lot send. And I guess like that's the thing is like most of the video game merch just ends up kind of filtering to the bottom. Like, I think one of the boxes around here is just video game merch. Although one year I got snowed in for a Christmas. I was supposed to go like back to see the fam one proper Christmas, and all the trains were utterly booked. So I decided last minute to just do like an at-home, like at my flat Christmas. So you know we couldn't get a turkey, so we got chicken. We bought the last sad-looking Christmas tree from the train station, which was way taller than we could fit in the flat, so we just had to cut the top off. And we didn't have any Christmas decorations. We managed to buy like a couple of boxes of light from like Tesco's. And for the rest, what we did was I got all of the fucking video game merch that I'd acquired over the years. And you'll remember those like loot boxes they did for a while. They're like the random grab bag of nerdery that was alright to start with and just got progressively worse. So guess what? It wasn't quite a Charlie Brown Christmas tree, but like it was a Christmas tree that was like outside of a train station, and it was the last one on like Christmas Eve. So that's the quality. Like it wasn't a janky, sad Christmas tree, but it had not benefited from the fumes of the outside world. But yeah, for that one, I just took a bunch of like loot crate stuff and merch stuff, and we just like taped it onto the tree, and because we didn't have a tree topper, we used the cuddly shovel knife. It was great. We played Undertale for like 2.5 days and ate chicken. It was great. Also, like, for anyone that's ever had to really suffer through stressful Christmases, a Christmas where the only things you need to do is get everything together, eat when it's ready, and drink happily and play Undertale, like, that was good. No. I'm just gonna wizard veto that. But yeah, honestly, that was the only thing that I found myself using those like loot crates and stuff for. God. Kestrel's like, I've had nothing but happy Christmases since my in-laws moved out of town. Oh, we've had some bangers and some stinkers since I moved out this way. My first Christmas out in Seattle, we got snowed in at Echo's place on Christmas Eve, and so we all just ended up staying through until Christmas Day. As we were driving out that way, the snow started getting heavy, and we were seeing people like drifting off the roads and shit, so we got as close as we could, parked the car, and just walked. Just trenched through the snow. I think that was the Christmas where somebody busted out Bloodborne. I think it's Bloodborne's whole like Victorian aesthetic that's very reminiscent of like a Muppet Christmas Carol. Like the darker bits. So I'll still say it, Bloodborne's a Christmas game. God, I forget how we got on this topic. Oh, we were talking about merch. Ah, good times, good times. So more Len, I was trying to remember Mercenary Force. You said it was a Game Boy title. I'm usually pretty on it for like Mercenary Force video game. Oh shit, this one. I can see where you're coming from, but I don't know. I spent so much time with both Vampire Survivors and Team Fight.
Something witty and chaotic.
Well, you managed to chip shot a corgi up and back into the pint glass. Biggs, thank you for a fucking $10 in bits, you legend. And Biggs, the Yaldum is yours. What will you do with this newfound power? Sorry, forgive me for scritching at my face. I was doing a bit of cleaning this morning. There is dust everywhere. Yeah, so Biggs, what will you do with this newfound power? What else is going on? Oh, we've got 2.5 hours until we find out who bid on what. In the E3 League, but everyone's being a bit cautious with their picks until the Jeff Keighley Fest 20 Keighley 3 that's dropping next week. Prepare your clown noses and gird your loins. We ride at dawn in one car. Let's ride. Tonight we honk in hell. And Space Station 13 flashbacks immediately. So friends, we're continuing with Crowd Control Hollow Knight. And while I have been stirring the pot a little by repeatedly referring to it as an easy game for babies, honestly, I'm just happy to hang out today, friends. Like, from what I've seen, the Summer Games Done Quick finale is today, and it's all hits, no misses. I have a couple of friends who are just staying up. They stayed up all last night and are staying up all through today because there are just no gaps in any of the blocks. So, for those of you that are hanging out, I am extremely grateful, but I will not be offended, you know. And Bacon, thank you for throwing the pint glass. Numbers like, apparently I'm not even a baby, because I'm bad at Hollow Knight. No. Hollow Knight teaches you by whapping you with a stick until you get it right. And the great thing, Numbers, everyone's bad at Rain World. Amos, you're fine, mate. That's my boy. I mean, Kestrel, I don't know if you're going to get to see me rage at Hollow Knight, because, as we said, Hollow Knight is an easy game for babies. Like, it's a piece of cake. Oh. Well, I think Hollow Knight teaches you how to play by kind of hitting you with a stick every time you get it wrong until you learn. It's very, you know, English teacher with a ruler. Whereas Rainworld just kind of says, like, the irony of, like, okay, you know I love talking about this. The irony of Rainworld is that it's all about the karmic circles, right? Like, the ultimate goal of Rainworld is to become at peace and, you know, leave our physical forms and ascend to a higher plane of existence. To get good at Rainworld, you have to kind of zen with the state. Like, you have to learn that the ebbs and flows of nature are part of the cycles. Otherwise, it's a pad snapper. Amos, stop whinging at the stream. Oh, nice. Biggs was just saying that their oldest loves Hollow Knight. Went full completion on it. Oh, yeah. I think Hollow Knight is a great game to present to kids because they have the reaction speeds and the focus to learn quickly. But on the immediate, it starts very simple. It doesn't ask a lot of you until it really unfurls. Wolfcred, I guess so. Hollow Knight wants you to get better. Rainworld's indifferent to your involvement. It doesn't dislike you, but Rainworld's gonna Rainworld, and how you spend time in that is up to you. Kestrel, there is also that. Or you can do what I did with the Spearmaster, which is massacre all scabs, and then spend most of these most cycles getting repeatedly murdered by scabs. Amos, you are fine, baby boy. This is my life. Doesn't matter that I'm here. Anyway, how are you all doing, friends? What have you been up to? What have you been playing? Like, tell me your tales. For those of you who've gotten just recently, the only thing I've really done of note that I can talk about is I finished the build and paint on this chunky mofo, which I'm very proud of. You're okay, Amos. Do you want to come hang out? Do you want to come say hello? So I finished this, which I'm very proud of. I'm gonna do decals for this one because I think like some clean white decals will help set everything off. Also, hello, baby boy. Yeah, he's got the itchies again today, so he's got to wear his little cone. Poor baby boy, hanging out with Calcium Bonio. No, it varies numbers. It's mostly he whines because Fiona's not around. That's just kind of the long and short of it. But yeah, so I finished that. I'm gonna do some decals on it before I consider it done. And you can't really tell because the lighting in here is very flattering on it, but there's two different shades of red at play, and they're not quite playing nice with each other. And he's off. So I'm really hoping to use like the white from the decals to like offset the... This is my life. Amos, you're fine, mate. Gonna have another slug of coffee. Anyway, but yeah, so I'm done with the build and paint on this one. All I'm gonna do is some little finishing touches, and then another hit of the top coat, and job's a good one. It was a really good learning experience, and I gotta say, like the lace mesh Getting that working with the airbrush just made me feel like fucking the smartest cool kid ever. And a couple of things like giving the underskeleton like a little bit of a silvery sheen to it, which was real nice. Let's go for some. You know what? Do I want chill jams? I don't rightly know. I don't rightly know. I've been trying to find some other good playlists because, like I said, apparently this year I'm all about like PS2, Dreamcast era. Like drum and bass menu music. Apparently, that's my my comfort music this year. Nani? So sorry, friends. My my usual go-to soundtrack seems to have disappeared. Oh, that's shit. Oh, beans. My other soundtrack's disappeared. Alright, we'll just go for another one of our go-to PlayStation mixes. And Martin, Watto and welcome. Yeah, it does look like, once again, Dinobot's been a piece of shite. Ugh. All right, I'll just put the I'll put the Dinobot message up now. Because, like, I think 40 minutes is enough time for it to get it wrong. So, Kestrel, we moved off of Me 6 because they got super into NFTs. So we were looking for other bots. And we've been using Dinobot, which up until recently has been good, but it's been letting us down today. Bismarck, Watto, and welcome. Sorry for the fact for Mancy. Yeah, and Kestrel, they went hard with Nufters, and I was like, you know what? Meebot doesn't do enough to be worth keeping them around. Yep. Someone had to do it, Caffeine. Someone had to do it. God. Sorry I'm so boring these days, folks. I realised while I was sitting down and talking to a friendo yesterday that it's like, unless you all want to talk about, you know, well, I guess streams and work stuff, I do not have a lot going on. I'm hoping basically to just work my arse off for the next few months and be able to stop being interesting again. I'm probably... God, there's so many things I keep scheming. So things like, next time I have disposable income, I think the next tattoo I'm getting is I am going to get the a Rainweld tat, but I'm going to get the OG5 Karma for my hand. Bismarck, I have not been playing Tears of the Kingdom. Sadly, while Ehrman was incredibly generous and gave us money to pick it up, vet bills basically destroyed what funds we had. And while it was the right call, it means I'm not going to be able to pick it up for a while. But I don't know if I'm quite ready to deal with the personal, emotional challenges that a Breath of the Wild sequel is going to bring up. But that's another story, friends, let me tell you. Don't know if we're ready to get into raw stories. And Quasi, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. I wish I hadn't tipped my hand earlier, Quasi, because I thought the E3 per League bids had already gone through, and they're not going through for another 2 hours and 15 minutes, so I might have...
You're right, you're just going to lie in the background and whinge.
Look at this. Look at this. I've got a return of the background whinger. Yeah, I wish I hadn't tipped my hand. Oh, way cool. Numbers, I am genuinely happy about that. Like, thankfully, Rainworld's become a lot more known. But like, when we all started chipping away at it, it was so unknown, and it was kind of heartbreaking. Castro says, there's no point whining if there's no one around to hear it. You'd think. But that's when the whining hits peak.
I know, is it so hard being the loneliest boy? Is it so hard?
Alright, Quasi, alright. We'll see how it shapes out. So what you're saying is I've got about like 2 hours of calm before stuff really kicks off. Baby boy. God. Hey, Catastros, I'm real happy we get to see you. Like, I know for these later starts, like, you're staying up real late, so I really appreciate it. I hope you have a cracking rest of your weekend. It's always good to see you, friend. I mean, that goes for all of you who are based out of, like, Europe and stuff, like... Although I just assume at this point that, you know, like Scotty Doggy and Longshippy and regulars, if you're based out of, like, the UK or the EU and you're hanging out here, it's because you and Sleep are not friends, but you and I are, so that's okay.
So alone. He's so alone.
See, the problem is, Legend, I'm really good at sleeping. I'm just not good at sleeping at the times that are conducive to being a functional member of society. Like, yesterday we saw a friendo, and that friendo very kindly treated us to breakfast. But that was at like 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. We had Mimos, which resulted in big-time sleepy naps. And then I slept again. One thing I will say is I know I complain about Amos a lot, but the reason I haven't sold him to a wizard for a handful of magical seeds in Stardew Valley is because he is the most adorable in the mornings. Like, I don't know what it is, but so long as he gets his, like, designated cuddle time in the mornings, he's happy. So he'll just come and, like lie in, like, the crux of my arms, and I'm like, oh, fucking hell, that's cute. Like, this morning, he had to go pee, so we let him out, and he's like, okay, we're going back for cuddles, right? And I'm like, we're going back for cuddles. And he's like, yes.
I think that's why he's whinging now.
Not enough cuddles. And this suits me just fine, because I'm not an early riser. It has meant that getting out of bed has been a challenge, because, like, you can't ask me to get out of bed at a sensible hour if I've got, you know, the saddest boy being cute as shit. No, so Bacon, yeah, it's been up for a few days, but yeah, the Humble Bundle up at the moment is an absolute banger. It's both Rainworld and Hollow Knight for $15. Dude. You're fine, mate. Like, not even joking. Yeah, there's a bunch of other games in there. So, like, I hear Blasphemous is very good. Bloodstained was very good. I have no idea about Lost Ruins or Lone Fungus. Or Haiku the Robot. But honestly... I will get the squirty bowl, you little whinger. And Shabby, how are you doing? I know, I completely understand. I'm super happy to hear everybody's been enjoying Tears of the Kingdom. He's so alone. I know, I'm a very compassionate dog parent in that I just mock my dog.
Oh, is it so hard being a little sad boy?
You can't understand how much love this dog gets, alright? I think that's why I find it so frustrating when he goes full sad boy mode when we're live. Because it's kind of like the kids who are acting out when you go outside. You know what I mean? Like, this is a very loved dog. This dog gets everything. Lost Flowers, not easily. Amos is a weighty lad. And you're right, Legend, I do mock, but I also cuddle. And Moose, while I am tempted to... okay, every fibre of my being is like, give the puppy cuddles. But I understand that if we're going to function moving forward, he has to learn this doesn't get him what he wants. But if you all want to start an Amos whinge counter, I won't stop you. It's better than a death counter, right? But yeah, Shabby, it's lovely to see you all. The number would be a blur.
Amos, you're fine.
See, look, even Warcrad's telling you you're fine. Amos, you're fine.
Saddest boy in the world. But yeah, actually, how long is left on this one? Currently, like, the Humble Bundles are ridiculous. The multiplayer madness is incredible. Because, like, Pulsar, Northgard, and Generation Zero for $12 is feckin' great. It also includes Destiny 2 Beyond Light and Borderlands 3 Super Deluxe Edition. I found Borderlands 3 to be very hard to get on with. But I do think that if you are the drinking sort and you can get 3 friends to play it with you, like in step, it could be great. But like, Pulsar for $12 is a great deal. The fact that the rest of them are there. Mine's like, Borderlands 3 is great. If you remove all the voice lines. Yeah, I didn't get far enough in because I know the whole thing about like the streamers is they're kind of like the bait and switch villain. But God, it was a struggle. Okay, and it wasn't a struggle because of the characters basically, you know, being quasi in the same profession as myself. That wasn't the bit that got me. It was the inconsistency of it. Like, my brain couldn't turn off for the fact of like, all right, if they are streamers, then surely they create more of a spectacle. I don't know. Also, our characters wouldn't be surprised by anything the villains did because they could just tune in. But yeah, Martin, you're right, and it is built on that like core, solid Borderlands gameplay. Because, hi, my name's Will Overguard, and I had every Chivo in Borderlands 1. Every achievement. Including the DLC. I did the Mad Moxie stuff. Stop me if I told you this, but like, I had the wildest interaction when we were doing Mad Moxie's Underdome. So for those who don't know, after the rampant success of Borderlands 1, Gearbox released a series of DLCs, and Moxie's Underdome was kind of like a Thunderdome parody. It was like, you know, arena shooter, wave after wave, etc. And it was fucking impossibly difficult. It was fun, but clearing that and getting all the achievements was not easy. Except if the host was low level and you joined on them once it had started, you could still get the achievements, but it wouldn't adjust the level, which made it doable. But even then, start to finish to do all the Chivos, you're talking hours of gameplay. And so the Borderlands community got pretty in on this. And I can't remember if it was I had a day off or if it was just a weird Saturday where everyone else was busy. And I decided like I was gonna go for gold. I was gonna push for it. And so I got a random group together, and they were great. One person was really skilled and was leading the group, and it was wild because this guy had like the softest kind of like Southern American accent, was really patient with everybody, was talking everybody through it, but would occasionally stop to scream at somebody in his house. I don't know if it was his mum or his partner or what have you, but this guy was like unhinged Two-Face, in that to you he was so caring. Every time anyone like messed up or like fecked up and we had to start over, he was like, hey, don't worry about it, I've got the whole day, we're not stressed, I know you can do it, we all know we can do it, so we'll just keep on trucking through. Then snap to like, I can't believe you've done this, get out of my sight. And I don't know who he was screaming at to this day, and it was fucking wild. Good times, good times. Like, I don't miss the rampant racism, sexism, and horrendous xenophobia of Xbox Live, but I'm glad I experienced it when I did, for those little brief snippets. Like, I did end up making some friends just by playing Halo. I had some great times, and some terrible ones. But these days, I don't play any game with open comms on. I just don't. Anyway, if you for some reason need a buttload of great games and don't want to spend a lot of money, yeah, the must-play Metroidvania bundle on Humble and the Multiplayer Madness bundle are both feckin' brilliant. The Metroidvania one is $15, gets you Hollow Knight and Rain World, and then a bunch of others. And the Multiplayer Madness, again, it gets you Pulsar and Generation Zero. Generation Zero's not the greatest co-op game, but it's the most different and possibly one of the freshest. And especially after Redfall, I've really come to appreciate that, like, Generation Zero was a bit sparse at launch, but they had this idea of what they were going for, and they've really committed to it. And they're a really good example of a small team inside a larger studio. Numbers, I do. Here's the... Hang on, let me... Because I can't remember if I can just give you the overall link, or if I have to give you the individual ones. So this is the Metroidvania one. Sadly, Lagmeister, I don't think those come with the Borderlands rubber ducks. Sorry to say. Although, it's listed as the Borderlands Super Deluxe Edition. So... and this is the Multiplayer Madness one. But no, seriously. Pulsar the Lost Colony. It is co-op Star Trek, and it's brilliant. So numbers, yes, they are calling Rain World a Metroidvania, but there's a little part of me, I'm alright. Like, I'm alright with the wink at the camera. Because here's the thing, while Hollow Knight has the trappings of a Metroidvania, it does not feel like it once you play through. And Blasphemous is far more of a combat action game. Like, honestly, out of those titles, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night is the one I would point to and go, that is a Metroidvania. You know, because it is so Castlevania. It's Castlevania with the serial numbers filed off, you know? And a gorgeous art style, God. I need to go back to Bloodstained. It was just... Bloodstained, at least from my opinion, wasn't a fun game to watch. So, it wasn't one that I wanted to continue streaming beyond like a day or so. But I can wholeheartedly recommend it. Yes, numbers, you can give the keys away. The process of giving keys to people is a bit more complex. I think you have to go into like your library and then reveal key. Or you can gift the key to somebody, but it sends it to their email. Ooh. Sorry, Kestrel's like, I return! And I have a BLT! Which is how I imagined you said it, Kestrel. Fucking yo. Sorry. Kestrel, I don't know what it is. I think it was because I was watching some of those like British cooking shows or clips of on TikTok. Just reminding me like the US does not get enough appreciation for how good the food is out here sometimes. See? Amos agrees, as does Varbles. Varbles, thank you for... So 38 months at a tier 2. That is a buttload of money, friends, so thank you. Sorry, and the reason I've mentioned the food in the US is that a bacon sarnie in the UK, it's nothing to write home about. There are probably some places where you could get a semi-decent one, but when I say semi-decent, I'm talking passable at best. And like, yo, the BLT out here is a great example of just why I love being in this space.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Wolfcrad, thank you for gifting a sub to Lagmeister. Not only is that another tally to your House Carl hunts of, it also means that Lagmeister doesn't have to deal with Twitch ads, which I often forget are mostly terrible. I wish they were better. God. I had this thought the other day that much like the Twitch bounty system, Twitch formalizing a way in which content creators could make adverts for products, I think would be genius. But I understand also like the amount of back and forth and legal nonsense for that one. Yeah. Well, like Lagmeister, I make fuck all money off of adverts. I make about like $9 to $10 a year on ads, and it's not worth it to do them hourly to annoy you lot. If we pulled off the Bezos heist, that would have been a different matter. But then that would have been basically like a symbiotic relationship with House Carl. You know what I mean? Yeah, numbers. They're super. There's a lot of friendos I watch who do like the ads per hour, and it always breaks the flow. And just by the serendipitous fuckery of the universe, those ad breaks will always drop when something interesting is happening or the conversation's really like popping off. Like I appreciate running ads whilst like people are like having a pee break or stuff like that, but yeah. But like I said, if we pulled off the Bezos heist, that's a whole different kettle of monkeys, because at the time, Twitch would have been giving us like thousands of dollars a month to run ads on the hourly, and then what we would have done is basically use the power of House Carl to stop you lot from having to deal with that. So the long ship would have still gotten the ad revenue, and you all wouldn't have had to have seen it, but... Oh yeah, Kestrel, that one always feckin'... Or when you, when you drop a question or an alert or something and it suddenly goes... as they're about to talk, and then you see the little screen and they're like animated and answering, and you have to listen to like a Doritos Locos ad. So numbers, I am better about taking breaks, but it's still the... It's not something that I've noticed from any of you lot, but... So for all of you chatting and hanging out, we have this block of people who just kind of ambiently have us on in the background. I'm cool with that. To all of you lurkers, hello! And VOD watchers as well, hello! What tends to happen is when a person takes a break, the lurkers go over to the next channel. That's entirely fine. So I try and make sure that I'm just not killing the flow, if you know what I mean. Also, I like doing this, you know? So, remembering to take breaks is often a challenge. Air Dragon, have we had any more news on the Tolkien estate? Because I know there's been a whole bunch of nonsense about, like, Rings of Power and things like that. I haven't had a chance to look into it, but my understanding is that the peeps who claimed to be... well, so far as I understand it, Amazon may not have actually had the rights to make something based on Tolkien's work, and whoever it was that authorized them to do it didn't actually have the authority to do it. That's my understanding. So... but I haven't had a chance to look into it proper. Yeah, Bezos got his information from the wrong bees! Also, I want to read these ones out because it amuses me. Megaboss says, "Greetings, VOD watcher. Hello there. If you're watching this VOD on YouTube or twitch.television, Megaboss would like you to know you're cute as hell. Wink. Rhymes would like to ask you, dear VOD watcher, how is the future? Please leave a description of how the future is in the comments, so I can take it forward like a little time capsule." Numbers. No, we're in the present right now. And it's... I try and remind myself daily of the good things, you know what I mean? Yeah, Kestrel. Like and subscribe! I'm still impressed we hit 1,000 subs on YouTube. Considering that YouTube is just a, like an archive, a library of VODs now. Shout out once again to Scotty for doing the hard work in making the YouTube channel not suck. For those of you that haven't noticed, like, so anytime we've been having, like, technical problems or power outs or stuff like that, Scotty has been painstakingly stitching the VODs together so that over on YouTube it's all just one thing to watch. So, yeah. If you get the chance, especially over on YouTube, do say thank you to Scotty because, yeah, they're putting in a lot of hours and... I'm not an easy person to work with, I know. I'm not overly critical or overly like, oh, I can't believe you've done this. But I do a lot, and I'm mostly active nocturnal, so I am very difficult to get a hold of sometimes. So Air Dragon, I'm not going to give any precedence to the Lord of the Rings Magic the Gathering set hate, because it does seem to be yet another, like, of the same weaponized set that moves from, like, potential controversy to potential controversy on social media, trying to create Bad Times Bears. I love the artwork from the Magic the Gathering set, and I love that they're doing some, like, really fresh and interesting interpretations. I think that any critiques that you all might have in terms of how they've done the art would be valid, but I think the majority is just shitty people trying to find a place to get a raise. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not personally a huge Lord of the Rings fan, so I don't need those Magic the Gathering cards, but I'm so happy they exist, you know? Yeah, and Wolfgrad, I know for other friendos, when I don't get to see streams that I really did want to, I watch them on YouTube. Twitch's VOD system, it loses my place frequently or just janks out. It's like, eh. Amos, don't be an arse. Yeah, Kestrel, shocking. I know that there are shitty people on the internet. Well, no, you know what? They don't deserve any of our conversation. The thing I was going to say is, I've been trying to get better about reminding myself of all the good stuff that's going on, because this year's definitely been a struggle. It's been a challenge, and I'm only human, so sometimes I'm real bad at letting all the big stuff get piled on, and it gets a lot. And I have to remember, like, what are we going to do today? We're all going to hang out. We're going to play Hollow Knight, and either you lot are going to fuck up my day or not. And you're free to do that at your amusement and whims. I get to play a great game, and if you lot mess up my day, you'll be helping me keep my little family alive. So my frustrations will literally power this whole operation. That's guilt-free rage that you can enjoy. I think that's pretty cool. And like, what did I do last night? I watched shite anime, and I clipped together this Gundam, which I've been working on for a couple weeks, like slowly painting and stuff. Like, this is a good day. Also, Moose, I didn't know that. That is brilliant and I love it. Oh, sorry, Moose was saying that on the Shadowfax Magic the Gathering card, they have the quote, which is, Shadowfax, show us the meaning of haste. And then on the card, they write the rules description of haste in Magic the Gathering. That is class. And Captain Stephanie Barnes, Watto, and welcome! Hello, hello. Happy Saturday. We're Hollow Knighting it up in a little bit. And again, to those of you that have just joined us, if you hear dog whinging in the background, Amos is being the saddest boy alive. Because Fiona is not here, and he is big sad.
Oh, have you come back because you're not getting the attention by being sad in the other room?
This is what he's doing today. He's rotating by being sad in here and being sad in there. Thing is, he flumps, and every time I look over, he's looking at me to see if I'm giving him attention. You have news! Huh? Lovely. Tell me your tales! Or you were just chatting about VODs and Lord of the Rings and all sorts.
I'll remember that one. You're okay, baby boy.
Although this is one of his current favourite little games where he goes outside and sits in the sun, and then he gets cooked. And then when he's too warm, he comes and lies in here because it's nice and cool in here.
You're alright, mate.
Oh, God. I tell you, I don't know if Quasi's still lurking and stuff, but one of the things that I'm so desperate to do is, you know, as things slowly start to get better, is maybe taking some time for myself on the weekends. Going and playing some fucking Magic. I've not had the chance to even take the commander decks that Quasi built for a spin yet. Like, they're still waiting for their inaugural battle. Because, like, you know, there was this thing, a bit of a plague we dealt with, so going and playing casual commander on a Saturday or a Sunday was not really an option. But, like, that's becoming more and more viable. It's just thanks to a certain four-legged someone who is staring at me from the sofa. Oh, yeah, no, Caffeine, I know you're always down. Oh. Hey, Megaboss, have a lovely day tomorrow. Sleep well, and it's always lovely chatting out with you. And Captain Steph, congratulations. Captain Steph will be a permanent employee as of the 12th of this month. Fuck me running. The 12th of this month. Mayan, I have no idea if those commander decks are... you know what? That's the thing. Commander's about having fun. Like, play the table, play the cards, get a pint, have a good time. That's what Commander's about. Yeah. Sorry, it was just the talk of this Magic the Gathering stuff has kind of reminded me. It's still wild that Arena hasn't implemented a Commander function, because the thing about Commander is that it is a hoarder's dream, right? Like, it is all about looking across the whole breadth and depth of Magic and trying to make something fun and weird, or make strange synergies that you wouldn't really be able to put together in any other format because of the time and the complexities. Like, It is a format that encourages you to buy a buttload of cards. And Magic the Gathering Arena, well, that is a format which you could easily encourage people to buy a buttload of cards. That would be a great reason for people to hoard digital cards. And to my knowledge, Arena doesn't have that yet, which is wild. And Kestrel, congratulations on the quiet. Oh god, is Little Bear at teenage age now? Oh, that's a haunting thought. Little Bear's not so little. Moose says they have a 2-player variant. See, that's where they're missing a trick. See, a 2-player variant, if it's 1v1, the goal is just murder and victory, right? But when you have the 4-player variant, like, there's so many other factors. Like, don't be the first person to show aggression unless you're ready to win. You know, as Kathy was saying that, like, Commander, or EDH as it's known to the ancients amongst us, you know, it is about bruising and having a good time. Does your deck pop off? Does it make it more exciting? Heck yeah. In terms of victory, creating something that seems innocuous and then becomes ridiculous, that's the goal. At least in my little humble opinion. Oh god. Kestrel was saying Little Bear is 14. Oh. And they didn't even wait for them to put candles in the cake before they descended on it like ravenous sharks. Puns. I'm sorry, someone me, I think I heard EDH. I was just chatting about how it's ridiculous that Magic the Gathering Arena hasn't implemented 4-player EDH yet. Because from a business standpoint, it is a format that encourages you to hoard cards and make weird shit happen. Like, it's a great idea. Just because one of the things that I noticed from hanging out with Fred and Ken and people like that was that when it comes to digital card games, after a certain point and a skill level, it only really becomes fun to do things like drafts and the ilk. And that's what a lot of like the tournament players really enjoy, which is great, because it's not just chasing the meta. And I completely understand that, but then you need to work out how, like, reasons to get people to acquire more cards. And Caffeine, that's the great thing about not having to work for Wizards of the Coast. We don't have to work out how they fix that. That's somebody else's problem. Like, hey, if we were talking about a cute little indie game that's had massive success, I'd be a lot more, you know, sympathetic. But Wizards aren't exactly poor. They can afford to spend some money, get some good network coders, you know? Get that stack, make it resolve, and do weird shit. Okay, so friendos, we're going to get into Hollow Knight in just a second. I'm going to refresh my coffee cup and quickly nip to the loo. And then it is crowd control o'clock. Actually, you know what? Let me get the game set up and make sure everything is working. Let me make sure that everything is working and playing nicely with crowd control. And then I'll go refresh my coffee and quickly nip to the loo. Anyway, sorry friends, if it seems like I'm weirdly obsessed with digital card games and stuff, my Gundam Mobley game is coming to a close tomorrow. So I've been taking some screenies. And like, the thing is, it's not a great game, but it's been one of my weird little pillars throughout lockdown and stuff like that. So, like, I'm not sad to see it go, but I don't know. It marks the end of a little era. And Aperios, Watto and welcome. Oh, Aperius, you're all about that Marvel Snap. Marvel Snap is feckin' inspired. Okay. Yeah, Legend. It's the closing of a chapter. Right. Crowd controller's working. We are all set up. So, I'm going to nip to the loo, but just in case you haven't experienced this before, at least so I can give you the setup. We are playing Hollow Knight with crowd control. We have done a full playthrough of the game before. So, you can talk about spoilers, you can talk about plots. I'll probably ask you to remind me where stuff is, because it's been like 4.5 years since we played this. So, a lot of it has slipped out of my noggin. You are actively encouraged and welcome to fuck up my day to your heart's content. Crowd control uses bits to directly affect the game for both good and ill. This is guilt-free fuckery, alright? Anything that you spend on crowd control will be helping me keep my little family above water. So, yes. This is guilt-free fuckery. You can just enjoy this. Unlike Super Shark Week. Although I do live in fear about Subnautica in VR, but that's another story. Sorry. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Have a look through the tasting menu of what you can do, but I just want to give you a few little notes. One, when you activate the effect, it goes on for 30 seconds from that point. So if we're in like the main hub area, or if we're traveling, or if I'm like resting and looking at the map, it will kick in from there. It doesn't pause it when I pause the game, unlike with say Waves of Steel. The other thing is a couple of the boss summons, they do get killed by acid. So if you spend points on summoning like the true vessel or what have you, and we're in the Greenwoods and it falls in the drink, that's on you, buddy. You friends have been warned. All right. If you have any more questions, please ask. All right, I need some. I need some water. Right, I'll be back with you all in a second. Then we'll continue with this nonsense. All right. All right. cheek of the guinea pigs trundling by to get my coffee, and they're like, "Squeak, squeak, we're so hungry and so hard done by." You did not see the fucking dump truck of salad they got this morning. Spoiled little buggers. Tell you. Oh, Kestrel's got Oreos? Damn. Did you bring any extra for the rest of us? Extra Oreos? No? Okay. Right, so let's get started. Back in the City of Tears. I've got to work out where in the bloody hell we're going next. So, again, have a look at the tasting menu. Give me a little bit of time to work out where in the ruddy hell we're going. Okay, so... I think we got to go through Green Pass next. What do you think? Do you have to go to Green Pass? I mean, we could go to Deep Nest. I don't want to go to Deep Nest, as I was telling Bacon at the very start, because Deep Nest is going to be all tight, dark corridors, and you're all going to be able to repeatedly kill me through that. Moose says, by memory, current goal is to get Geo for Unbreakable Charms. Oh, yes! Because I know Fragile Strength is... Fragile Strength turned into regular Strength is very powerful. One of them already got converted. I just can't remember which one that was. Wasn't... Yeah, all the cool kids are in Deep Nest. So from here, it would be... So the fungal is to Deep Nest. So we go up from here, and you know what? I guess we'll explore the Greenwoods. Okay, so we fed them, but we need Geo to get it back. Alright, yeah. Thank you, Moose. Alright. I know, Amos, you're the saddest boy in the whole wide world. I'm as surprised as you are. I can't fucking remember how to play. I'm as surprised as you are that we've made it this far. Ah, beans. So lost. Yeah, I think... There we go. We continue going up from here. Jump! Fucking... God... Oh. Fuck! Fuck! Come on! Alright, there we go. There we go. We did get the dream nail, so that's something. Oh, pissing ice. Yeah, check out those smooth moves. Oh, fuck! Ah! Fuck! Ice plus high speed equals stress anxiety mode. Oh, fuck. Oh, fucking hell. This is why I need the coffee today. Ooh, we finally got the simple key. And we found all the goodies in this area, so jobs are good. Oh, that was the other thing we were looking for. So yeah, we were looking for a buttload of geo. So I guess we want to hit the bank. We also want to try and find some pale ore as well. Alright. And I cannot remember where it was we had to find it. It's a fucking deep nest, isn't it? Yeah, I think we're going to hit green. You know what? I'm going to go to green path next. But just because I'm avoiding deep nest till later. You all are going to murder me a lot at deep nest, and I understand this. Oh, DX Man. Did I say hi? I hope I did. Oh, so we've got a flame there. And then... Oh, yeah, so it's the spiky areas. Oh, beans! Fucking ice. The bank is in Queen's Station. Oh, thank you, Moose. Introducing the floaty slidey. So I'm sorry. I'm gonna get the flame for the wee baby. I think. Hang on. Oh no, we can head back through this way. All right. We're not going completely loopy. Alright, now we gotta fight this cheeky bad lad. Fuck you guys! Aha! Yeah, did that one by smell. Big nail! We'll never get tired of Big Nail. I am the sword of the Berserk. Moose would like to suggest that we call the Grim Child the wee baby Amos. I'm okay with that. Although the Grim Child is slightly more useful and definitely whines a lot less. Isn't that right? Little whiner. Little whiner. Okay, yeah, so we'll hit the bench up here. And then we'll start doing some crystal dashing. Ooh. We were talking about this, I want to say last week, about how, like, streaming games doesn't make you good at games. And someone was asking, like, well, hang on, how come, you know, if you're playing video games all the time, why aren't you good at them? It's like, because I have to fucking remember, like, 18 different control schemes. And despite having beasted this game, it still kicks the absolute hot pee-pee out of me. Optimus Geo. Pretty sure we can make it through this area with just the dash. Hello, River. Yeah, no, Baby Boy's already taken that spot, sorry. Yeah. Beans! This is fine. Ah, yes. It's bouncy time. Fuck! Bouncy time did not go well. It's alright. It's just 10k Geo on the line. It's fine. I got this, right? Bounced right into a grave. Bounced off this mortal coil. Beans! It's apparently... That's the war cry of this run. Whoop. Alright. The Geo has been returned. I think this opens up the shortcut as well. I like they put that little speed bump in there just to stop people from breaking the game too hard. Okay, I'm just going to say it now. I am amazed none of you fecked with me there. I was waiting for someone to do it. You know what I mean? Did you? Okay. Job's a good un. I'm the painter!
To sta cooking.
Because the painter and the sword person become best friends and it's the burst. Why have you crept in here to grub? Do you have a taste for discovering new things? Oh my. Let me get a beverage first. I am Shio, and in a previous life I was a nail master. Yes! The only thing that drove me was becoming stronger and honing my skills with a nail. I imagined it was my one calling in life, but that feeling faded over time, and now I seek a new calling. Something that speaks to my soul and compels me forward. I shitpost on LinkedIn. Sorry. That's why I spend my time here, secluded, trying to master the art of creation. Painting, sculpting, photoshopping. These things bring different kinds of pleasure. You don't seem very moved by what I've said. Was it Shio, the nail master, you were looking for? Did you come to learn the nail art? No, I'll teach it if you insist. Fuck yeah. Teach me the cool shit. Splat slash. Oh, Amos, you are fine, mate.
Go aname, churro.
So, my work, does it move you? The wielding of the nail, the wielding of the brush. These things are not so different. We cut into the world so that we can peer deeper inside. For now, though, I have nothing more to teach you. Your path forwards, only you can see it. Good luck! Now fuck off. Yeah. I don't remember how we did the...
Hey, you're fine, mate. Amos, settle. River's settled, you can settle.
Sorry. So this is the drama that's currently... River was lying in the door, Amos was behind. Amos took exception to this because he couldn't do his usual path of whinging.
Garo Wenele.
Alright, how you doing? My brother Oro, what drove you to hide away so deep on the very edge of the grave? Is it fear or shame? I know, and Kevin, like, I mean, I do use LinkedIn professionally, and sometimes it does come up like Millhouse. But it's so funny because people do shitpost in there, which is quite funny. But then also, there's the lowest quality memes that you've ever encountered. And that continues to make me laugh. But because of the very nature of LinkedIn, nobody wants to tell anybody else to just get fucked. Which I find thoroughly amusing. And of which I am also guilty. I could tell a bunch of the people who are still professing that, you know, Web3 is the future and all that bollocks. I could tell them that they're dumb and stupid and wrong. But they are not. But I do not. Okay. So, with the Bank of Geo, we get like we get a certain amount back once we rumble the little shit? I'm trying to remember. Because the Bank of Geo, the guy takes all your Geo, and then you find out it's a cardboard cutout. And then you find them later on and beat the shit out of them. And And you literally beat the Geo back. Oh, yeah, no, Martin, some of those posts are so funny. Okay, so the bank is get it all back plus a bonus 50%. Alright, so we want a fuck ton of Geo. But yeah, it's just... Oh, fuck! God damn it! I was just going to say that it's just wild that people post just absolute... The kind of shite that people don't even put on Facebook anymore, you know? Like those kind of absolutely terrible... terrible, like, parental memes. That they'll put it on LinkedIn. It still boggles the tiny mind. Well, okay, so, friends, as I was telling some individuals yesterday, like, a couple weeks back, we finally got a chest of fortune in Sea of Thieves. It was a monumental occasion, so much so that I put it on LinkedIn. Because if I have to provide my professional credentials, knowing that I have the patience and the dedication to get a chest of fortune in Sea of Thieves, I think that speaks volumes to my my professionalism. It's a professionalism twice. Alright. Lagmite says, do you announce you're going live on LinkedIn? No, because LinkedIn has the slowest of all the algorithms. But it still does show people later on. So, like, if I said... Hang on. Don't do anything, friends! Don't do anything. before I get back into Hollow Knight stuff. Check out this beefcake. Yeah. Fiona, you should check out. Look at this guy. Look how fancy this lad is. Look at this fancy lad. Look at this distinguished gentleman. Sorry about that, friends. Thank you for waiting. Someone was buzzing at the door at the same time as Fiona got back. So I have been given permission to share some good news with you all. We didn't want to say anything too soon because obviously we've had a lot of bad luck with this in the past couple years. But yeah, Fiona is back working, so we are shifting into being a 2-paycheck household. So yeah, I didn't want to say anything because I don't know if you all know the saga of the last job, but Fiona got a job working for a brewery, and Fiona got given like work shirts, samples, all the leaflets, because this brewery was moving into like craft cocktails in a can, and Fiona was let go about half an hour before their first shift would have started. Also, their craft cocktails were shite. Oh, come on! Shit posed. No celebration orbs. I can't sit back down. And Amos, you are fine, buddy. So that's one of the reasons why we've been kind of going hard on, like the Hollow Knight crowd control and stuff like that, is because we just need to survive like another like 2 or 3 weeks, and then we'll be back to two paychecks in a household. So yeah. It's been a long struggle. Fiona has been applying to everything under the sun. I'm not going to go into the specific details of where they're working and stuff like that. I'm sure you can understand for like, safety reasons and stuff. But yeah. Like Wolfgrad, yeah, especially with like the stories of, we're not a superstitious household, but we have our beliefs. So yeah, that's also the reason why I've been saying a lot like, God, when we have money again, we can live like people. I'll be able to have medical insurance again. That'll be nice. I didn't want to tell you all about that one because I didn't want you all to worry. But yeah, so glad I'm getting to celebrate this with you all. We're still going to be broke as shit for at least the next like 2.5 weeks, but yeah, it's been a fight and a struggle, but we're getting forward, Okay, so where were we going? Oh, we were going to the Queen's Station. We were going to find the bank. And then go from there. I forget what Tall Lass is all about. I think they're just like story beats, but like, little creature looks tasty. I wonder, should I eat them? The others around here are awfully bland. Oh yeah, you eat people, don't you? Cannibalism, that's their whole deal. I mean, Fearless, you have been chucking in loads, friend, and I will, I'll absolutely fire the flare up if/when things get terror bad. But like, Fearless, I know how much you have put into keeping us upright. Oh shit, Fog Canyon. That's the route that takes us through to all the weirdness. Fungal Station. So where's the Ruddy Bank? Where's that Ruddy Bank? How do I open? Oh, here we go. Ow, my feet. Oh yeah. I'll do me best, Wolfcrad. I'll do me best. No, I mean, Old Faithful is go. Feck you guys. Old Faithful is probably going to outlive me. Because I think I've had this controller since before I moved out here. Beans! But I will say that, like... What the fuck? Oh, come on! How am I supposed to do this without... Oh, and you can't pogo on thorns. Guys are mean. Nah, there's nothing I can do. Oh, no, wait, there is. No, there's not. Feck you guys. I'm trying to get all this Geo. Yeah, let's just... Now I'm doing it too early. Ha-ha! More shield, more mask for me! But yeah, so Moose, I'm going to find the bank so we know where it's at. I'm not going to do the deposit yet, because at the moment we have like 10k, which is a lot. Yeah, here we go. Not a chance, mate. So if I can make more, and then we can use that, then we can turn that into like a buttload more money. These jellies explode. And Vulture Pony, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Fuck yes! Just a small explosion of Geo, no big deal. So it still irks me that there's no friendly fire. There's no friendly fire on those big jellies. Ow! I thought I was safe. I was not safe. That sure is bubbling acid. Now 23. I can't believe that's not bubbling acid. Fucking hell, me. Moose says, so going by the wiki, it seems she maxes... Oi! What are you doing? Maxes out at a deposit of... Okay. So yeah, I'll head on back down and then drop that. Oh no, Thrame, I know I don't need to kill the big ones. It's called Spite, and it's a powerful motivator. Right, banking service. Losing one's geo is a terrible thing, and it's so much more likely. My vault is secure. Never lost a single geo. Maybe consider opening an account.
My multiplayer madness
Hey,
was just
come
purchased
here.
for $12.
Right now. No.
Sorry about that, friends.
Out. No. We don't talk like that.
So whoever that was that picked up the multiplayer bundle, enjoy Pulsar and Generation Zero. You are going to have a great time. And yeah, friends, sorry about that. That was Amos getting his fees cleaned. Let's do some banking. So maximum balance is 4.5 grand.
Gio, Kalala.
No. Hey, out.
That's my boy. Again, sorry, headphone users.
That's Gio.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so we can't deposit anymore.
Kalala.
Alright. Bear with me just a second, friends. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Oh, okay. Iron's been on a movie spree with The Lighthouse, Bone Tomahawk, and Ichi the Killer. Oh. God, Ichi the Killer's still wild. There's a lot of problematic stuff in it, obviously, but... Okay, so we've banked the Geo. Can head down to Deep Nest. I've got to go to Deep Nest, don't I? No, so usually, friends, I've got really good, like, cinema recommendations, but I've been watching shite recently. As I was saying, I think I was chatting with you all about this yesterday. I've been watching feckin' Fire Force recently, which, until one of you all mentioned, I didn't realise was the same person that did Soul Eater. And it's fucking terrible. At times, the animation is alright, but again, I cannot state how feckin' bad it is. It is not good. Oh, actually, I can't go... Yeah, so we've got to go down into Mantis Village, because that little route there, I've got to be able to walk on acid, which I can't currently do. So yeah, I haven't seen anything drastically interesting apart from Gundam Witch from Mercury, which I don't think anyone would be shocked for me to say, boy, I sure do love that Witch from Mercury. Boy, that sure is a good show. Oh, okay, so we don't actually need the acid walk to get through this bit. Yeah, I know, Numbers. Stop the presses. Will's a big fan of some Gundams. really hope we can find one more of the sports room. I hope we can find one more of the fights with the Grim Child, because it would be nice if they could stop being useful. Oh yeah, no, numbers. Spy Family is good. When does that restart? Another one that won't surprise you in the slightest is... Ow. Thought I could dash through that. I can't. How? Ha! How's that for skills? Okay, so that's restarting in October, right? So we got ages before. Woohoo! Wait, why is there nothing here? Boo. Oh, and whoever gave me a heal there, thank you. I desperately needed that. Ranking of Kings has restarted, which is brilliant. And again, even if Animu's not your bag, I cannot state how much Ranking of Kings is a treat that you deserve. I'm gonna die in Deep Nest a lot, aren't I? Fucking missed. Balls. Oh, and sorry, Watto and welcome. How are you doing this evening? Sorry, I was so lost in a combination of good news sharing and the ilk that I completely lost track of what was going on. Also, Thrame, how are you doing? Did I say hello? Bloody hope I did. Alright. Also, yo, if anybody sees, if Shackle or Jaralan show up today, please let me know in case I miss him, because the fancy Gundam that I've been painting was the OG one that I got given by Jaralan, so... feels, like a story coming together. Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. So, are you saying they're making, like, Marmite flavors? Oh, okay, so, like, fancy Marmite flavors. Okay. What's up, Mantis? Lovely to see you. Lovely to see you. Great warrior. Lords accepted. Fuck yeah! I've got recognition. Truffles and chili Marmite. I won't lie, I'm confused. And to you, good mantis. Right. Fucking deep nest. Look. Okay, listen. I understand this is going to be Murderfest. I understand that you have the power to destroy me in multiple ways. I ask this. Let me find a chair. Let me find a bench to sit at before we start murdering shit out of each other. And by which I mean you'll start murdering me repeatedly. You know what, Numbers? Deep Nest and the Shaded Citadel are very similar. In the fact that it's fucking horrifying. Less spiders in Deep Nest than Shaded Citadel, but, like, the spikes here aren't spikes. It's a living swarm of bladed millipedes. Ow. Bladepedes, if you will, yes. You know, those well-known creatures. So I'm asking, I'm politely requesting, because I can't decide what you'll do. But let me find a chair. Oh god, I don't think there is one in here, is there? Oh no. Oh, fucking high gravity is... Son of... It's not the worst, but it's bloody close. So Moose was saying, just to check how much you need, can you check the fragile charms you currently have? So I currently have, the greed and strength. I forget which one we gave already. Yar! I don't know where I'm going. Oh! God, there's something about the high gravity effect that just makes my butt clench. Meep. Alright, so I've just got to get to a bench and then get back from Deep Nest. Simples, yeah? Sorry, Numbers was saying, imagine high gravity on Rain World. Or I'm just not going to imagine that. That sounds like a terrible time. Where the fuck are you, Cornifer? God, it's just everything about this area. It's sinister, it's dark, it's unsettling. Like, even the sewers aren't as bad as this. Lagmeister says, does this playthrough include the Path of Pain? Path of Pain is like the White Palace Plus, right? I mean, that's up to you lot. Like, I'm happy that we are doing another run through of Hollow Knight, right? I'm happy to feckin' be here and talk about this game and get to experience it with you all. But again, like, how much or how little of this we do is up to you lot. Like, if you'll... If you'll decide that this isn't something that we want to do, then that's fine. If you want more, we could do that. Ah, my fucking nail's gone! Bastards! Excuse me? Tiny me? The shit? I forget what's up with, like, the duplicate of me down here. Oh, it's the spider, isn't it? No, not the spider, it's the hunter. And Legend, Watto and welcome. Dustin. Watto and welcome. How are you doing? Oh, I'm sorry you're dealing with the heat. The weather over here is nice. This is bad. Beans. Okay, let's have a look at see what we've found map-wise. Oh, I forget how fucking massive Deep Nest is. Oh, good. Oh, good. Let's go have a look over here. So we did find a bench, but... that area is not fun. As we go deeper into Deep Nest. So yeah, so if/when we can get back to the bank. Oh yeah, we don't have the void dodge yet, so we can't make it through this. Fuck! Why are you lot like this? I don't know what it is about high gravity. You know that thing where you're playing a racing game and you try and steer with your butt? It's like that. When we did Subnautica, we did the big money crowd control, and I wanted to make sure that everybody had some things they could do. Maybe high gravity needs to be more than 15 coins. That's a question for another time. Though I will say super slow-mo is actually really nice here. No, I will not be making aspirins dirt cheap again. That's gonna be on like Watch Mojo's top 10 dumb fucking ideas that Paul came up with.
Sensors online.
Hey!
All systems nominal.
Yeah, welcome back.
Well, this is a throwback.
Heck yeah, it is. Clank, how are you doing? And thank you for 55 months, you fucking legend. Yeah, we're still doing crowd control Hollow Knight. Everyone's being surprisingly nice to me, and it's unsettling. But yeah, we're currently in Deep Nest, and I'm regretting my life choices. How are you? Okay, so we explored a little bit of that. More places to go from there. I don't even know if there is a stag station down here. I remember there being at least one region of this where there's no... Yeah, I remember there being at least one region in Hollow Knight where there's absolutely no stags. You just gotta fucking hoof it old school. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me multiple times in one playthrough. Oh, so, yeah. So in this area, Numbers, there's a special kind of mimic that pretends to be a teeny tiny regular enemy, and when slain, turns into like this running monster. So watch this thing. Wait for it. Wait for it. Okay, no, that was just a regular guy, and I just did a murder. But that's not the point. Please don't be a mimic, please don't be a mimic, please don't be a mimic. No, it's actually a friendo. Love it. Oh, Deep Nest isn't all spiders, it's more millipedes than spiders. We've got to save him. Worth. On it. How do we save you, you great big dingleberry? So I tell you what, Numbers, do you want us to let you know when we're out of Deep Nest? Because I do not mind. Oh, Tiny Nail! Really? Bastards! Gotta save Zate the Mighty. How do we save it? Oh, Lagmeister's like, it's not the size of the nail, it's what you do with it. Piss off! I'm trying to fight Spider God with a fucking butter knife. I know the entrance is around here somewhere. I know. Oh, is it? Okay. So long as we're not leaving him to die. Because I want revenge for the Zate the Mighty fight. Bench this way, don't mind if I do. Nap time! Hey! Whole area swarms with deadly critters, biting and burning and scratching. But I'd test my strength against them, and now that bravado has left me, and I feel tired and sore. Big mood. This nest is no place to die. Big agree. Big agree. Get a fucking massive deep nest is. Such bad luck. The critters about here is just as terrifying as those scuttling legs. 'Tis not the end I would want to meet. No, I don't think anyone's super keen on that. Ah, the failed tramway. What if Deep Nest, but worse? God, this place is fucking sinister. Oh, and DX Man, it is no worry. If it turns out we need to go another way to save Zate the Mighty, then we'll work it out together. But no, how are you all doing, friends? To those of you who have just joined us. We still haven't found any pale ore either. But yeah, so if anybody does know what we need to be doing to save that little feckin' dingleberry, that was horrifying. Ah, here we go, and this is the tram ticket. So that gets us access to a whole bunch of other little areas, which will be very useful. I mean, on the plus side, sorry, right, we can leave him for a little while. He'll be fine until he gets eaten and dies, but it's fine. Actually, and that little way down there, that might be how we get to Zate from the long way round. Just gonna have a little snooze. Oh, stretch my hands. I tell you, it's the low gravity ones make me clench my hands round so I get the claw. Oh yeah, so there's failed tramway. Okay, so that doesn't lead us to... I might... Okay. Shit. Try where we save this fucking guy. Also, once we get our little friendo one more level, they turn into like a flying friendo turret, which is great. Okay, not an officially branded licensed friendo, but you know what I mean. Go on, Skitter, I dare you. I double dare you, Mother Hubbard. Nope, that's super spoopy. Back we go. Let's go save the little... Don't you do it. Ah, more spiders. Oh, good. today's trick, we will be increasing the amount of things that are fucking horrifying in Deep Nest. I don't know. It's very Eternal Darkness, and I don't like it. This is not the way. Splatter that poor bug all over the back wall. Yes, this whole area could be described as Spider's Man. Who I'm pretty sure is going to be in the new Spider-Man film. No, do not like. Now, I do remember that the big... so those guys are absolutely wreck-face. I'd forgotten about them. So DX, Spider's Man is a character from the Spider-Man universe. Fuck! Who, rather than being a person bitten by a radioactive spider, is a colony of radioactive spiders that work together in a hive mind. Gotta go get our fucking souls, friends. So, yeah, Spider's Man is a colony of thousands upon thousands of spiders working together to form a person. Just want my pale ore. Just want to never go to Deep Nest ever again. Down the bottom here. Oh, Pete. And yeah, if anyone remembers how in the heck we save Zute the Mighty, I am all ears. Which is a horrifying concept when you think about it. Ah, okay, so not all of the creatures are guaranteed. Martin saying the existence of Spider's Man amuses them greatly. I mean, it's a great feckin' concept. Although, if you want things to be excited about in the new Spider-Man movie, the fact that Spooderman is now canonically in makes me very happy. Yeah, no, those guys are the absolute fucking worst. God, I hate Deep Nest. We're getting close to the center of Deep Nest, and I think we need to save Zate before we do this. Not like that. Does anyone mind quickly checking how in the ruddy hell we're going to do this? Sorry, in terms of saving Zate, does anyone mind quickly checking to see how in the bloody hell we're going to do that? Because I do not remember. In my defense, it has been many, many years. Yeah, you know what, J-Post? This isn't what I would personally want as the background to an afternoon of cooking, but, you know. Not like that. Mine says, as far as I can tell, the entrance to find him isn't the same room. If you can give me any kind of, like, vague hintery, because I don't know if I can do it here. Yeah, so, to my knowledge... he's, like, there, right? So it's like, how in the ruddy hell do we get to him? Sorry, I don't particularly like Zate, but if we want to do one of the most ridiculous boss fights in the whole game, later on, which is when you fight his personal opinion of himself, his mental image of what he thinks he is. Then for that, apparently there's a drop down in the room above it. Okay. I'll get us back there. Whack. Bang, and the job is done. I'm Barry Scott, and I've got a handgun. That's a joke that I stole. Should be above us.
Hey, no.
That's my boy. He's got hurt. Wait, no, hang on. Zate isn't here. He's in the... Alright, yeah. He's in a nearby... he's in the horizontal... sorry, the parallel... Oh, no. Right, there he is. Alright, so Lagmeister is the oh, feckin' caffeine! Such an arse. So there he is. Oh, until you find a large corridor left. And Angel Kalina, welcome back. How goes it, friend? Reverse controls. Okay. So the thing about the reverse controls, it doesn't just flip my pad. It flips how our little bug knight moves through the world. So to fight, I have to... even though I'm moving backwards. Alright. You know what? I'm going to go hit the bench first. Because I think that long corridor there is the place you're talking about, right? Yeah. So have a little rest. There we go. Woo! Fucking hell! Fucking what? Oh, those are some big fucking spiders, my friends. Oh, beans. Sorry, I kind of froze there with like, oh, boy, that sure is 20 gajillion mimics. Hi, what are you doing, you clumsy little oaf? Swinging your rusty nail around in the darkness? You almost struck me, and if you had, it would have been the end of you. Trust me. I am Zote the Mighty, knight of great renown, and my weapon, Life Ender, has struck down hundreds of foes. Begone, or you shall be next. So the kingdom was hiding a dark nest full of deadly predators. Well, now, the deadliest predator of all is here. Zote the Mighty! I actually think that... Why? Why am I this? A puffer fish with a nail. Welcome to fucking Hollow Knight. And yet, that Lagmeister, like, I'll probably end up asking where we gotta... Oh, shit. I'll probably end up asking later on where we gotta be, because, like I said, it's been many years since I played this. And my brain is jello. Anyway, but now we know he's safe. Means we get to kick his ass later on. So we can head down towards the tram. Or we can just continue trying to... Really? Really? Kyle! How in the hot feck are you doing, friend? We're doing Hollow Knight with crowd control, so if you want to fuck up my day, you're cordially invited. Kyle says they are the most tired person ever made. As you know, yeah. Well, it didn't even, like, we've had a whole bunch of stuff going on here, so it didn't even strike me until last night's Sea of Thieves. Yo, next week is Keeley's Game Fest for Keeley and Friends, starring Doritos Pope Keeley themselves. Do you know who has video games? Xbox. Who is likely to announce or have announcements around Keeley Fest? Xbox. Who do I know that works for them? Oh, yeah! So, yeah, Kyle, I didn't even think of that, friend. We didn't do anything super bombastic yesterday. We did ruin a Reaper's evening, and it was very funny. Oh shit, so Kyle's saying not just Summer Games Fest, Sunday is the showcase. Yeah, and it's a double header because it's the PC game show and then you lot. Or the other way round, I can't remember. Now, you know what? Let's just get Deep Nest done. I don't want to be here. Y'all don't want to be here. The worst place in Hollow Knight. Alright, so it's PC, Xbox, and Bethesda all on the same day. And Bethesda's a fucking Microsoft-owned team, so... Yeah. Do you know what was super funny, though, Kyle? Is, like, either Wednesday or Thursday of last week. No, it was Thursday of last week. Oh, no, wait, this week. Fucking time travel. Every PR person suddenly realized that Tears of the Kingdom was kind of done taking up all the oxygen in the room. And that Diablo 4 and Street Fighter 6 were about to drop. Dude, I got 5 press keys in a day. It was wild. Ow. But no, even albeit digitally, it's good to see you, friend. I hope you're doing good. Fiona has given me permission to share their good news. That they have managed to get themselves a proper job. So that should help a lot with stuff. We've just got to survive through the next, like, couple of weeks. And then we're back to, a double-check household. Oh, you're doing your Honkai Star Rail dailies. Lovely. My Gundam game shuts down tomorrow, so I've just been doing, like, the... What? As dumb as it is to say, I've been doing the story missions. For which I'm woefully overpowered. But... yeah, the thing is, it wasn't that great. The combat system was good, but... like, I can't even begin to tell you how much a top gacha that game was. But yeah, you're right, it's always sad to see a game go. And comparable to some of the other Gundam games out there... It's good. Like, it was good. Oh, I remember you saying Kyle was playing Dragalia Lost right up until it closed down. Yeah, so I haven't found anything to really take its place. Weirdly, the Nier... I've been trying to replay the... oh, fuck you, mate. I've been trying to replay the Nier Mobley game, and it's very, very good. But again, kind of like with Arknights, it hasn't hit that spot that I need, which is something that's not going to demand my attention when I'm brain dead. I mean, Kyle, that's where it's looking like. I was quite tempted to restart Nike, Goddess of War, because if the tutorial's gonna do you, like, fucking PTSD tier damage, like, I can't even begin to imagine what the rest of that game's gonna be like, you know? You know, come for obvious waifu cleavage, stay for, you know, deconstructions of the cost of war. And that is good to hear. Sorry, Kyle was just saying that Honkai Star Rail's been taking all the stuff that made... God, I hate Deep Nest. Deus, how are you doing, friend? So Numbers says a lot of people in their Genshin Discord have jumped over to Honkai Star Rail. God, I can't wait till I have Beefcake Nail to break that guy's face. But no, I'm not saying that Genshin is, you know, good and perfect with no flaws. But again, taking the free-to-play model and applying it to what if we made a game that everybody wants but not everybody can afford, I think is inspired. Oh, he would fucking kill me. God, I hate those guys. Oh, Kyle, that sounds feckin' lovely. Just Kyle got 10 hours of sleep. Yesterday, I had what was meant to be a Mimo nap that turned into 5 hours of sleep, followed by other sleepy times, and then actual people sleep, so... So I think we've all been indulging in the art of super sleepy nap time. There we go! Back of the net! And whoever threw a heal there, like, thank you. Oh, and so Deus, I'm an August baby, so you'll get to have your setup. The Weaver's Den. God, I do not remember this. Hereth! I mean, Kyle, again, that sounds delicious. Sign me up. Weaver song. Princess! I forget what the Weaver song does. A silken charm containing the Song of Farewell summons Weaverlings to give a lonely bearer some companionship and protection. Oh yeah, you can do like a fucking swarm build with these things, can't you? But yeah, so like, I'm quietly on the hunt for more Mobley stuff to feff about with. Verdant Flow, Watto and welcome. Oh, that was doity. That was a doity trick. This is not looking good for our hero! But yeah, so Kyle, like, what else has been going down with your good self? Well, so Angel Kalina, I'm not talking of... If Fiona wants to share... Oh, who was that? Whoever that was, thank you for the heal. If Fiona wishes to share, like, details about their job, that's fine. I don't want to give specifics about, like, what they're doing or where they're at because of, you know, personal safety stuff. You know how it be. But I will say is, like, you know, they're working mornings at the moment, which is working out real well. The wee baby Amos has been surprisingly well behaved in mornings. It turns out, like, Amos becomes more chaotic as the day goes on. And in the mornings, he's just really feckin' cute. So it's been nice, you know, like, I can just spend the mornings hanging out with the baby boy, snoozing. Because, like, on the subject of people that are sleepy little guys... Say this, friendo. Please don't be a mimic. Yay! Real friendo! Beans. I do like that we're all in agreement those big beefcake bastards are the absolute fucking worst. It warms my little heart that we're all in agreement there. The other problem with Deep Nest is not always being able to tell what's foreground spider and what's background. So Kyle says, you know about the secret thing? That's happening next week. Fingers crossed. I mean, that does not sound like a bad way to be, you know. We're still trying to dig ourselves out of a bit of a fiscal hole, so we don't really have anything interesting going on. And I'm getting to a point where I'm doing a lot of really interesting stuff, like from the consultancies things and like Longship adjacent stuff, and I can't talk about any of it. So, as I was lamenting with Nessa yesterday, I'm in that, like, I can't talk about a whole bunch of stuff, but it's all good. Video game-wise, I don't have anything super new that you don't know about. I did use Microsoft Game Pass to play the Hypnospace Outlaw spin-off, Slayers X. Which is really feckin' good. Although, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, so I don't want to, like, bore everybody with the same conversation twice. But what was interesting about Slayers X is that because it's based on Hypnospace Outlaw, it's weird that it doesn't do more than just... It doesn't do more than what it says on the tin. And the thing is, like, the game doesn't promise anything beyond. The expectation is only because Hypnospace Outlaw was so good. But yeah. yeah, that's about as exciting as I've been. I found a... well, I shouldn't say... I believe Martin was actually the first one to find it. Either Martin or Legend. But there's a title on Steam that I've been playing a lot, which is a combination of teamfight tactics and... Oh, there we go. It's a combination of teamfight tactics and Vampire Survivors called Battle Grid Prologue, which has been fucking great. It's giant robots, you build a team, but you have the same, like, draft and merge system as Teamfight Tactics. And also, it's giant robots, so I love it. Yeah, and Martin, I really hope that the prologue was just a static build that they put together, because... yeah. It's good, but it is rough around the edges. You know what I mean? So yeah, I am looking forward to the full release. I really hope that it is a full release, you know what I mean? Because like I had to brute force my way through the tutorial because it kept bugging out.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Hello, Jackie. How goes it? Thank you for gifting a sub to Manchester versus Tottenham. Is there just someone out there who just makes Team v Team Twitch accounts? I don't know. I just find it wild that, like, thanks to Ted Lasso, the amount of people in the US talking about football, and specifically talking about fucking Richmond, blows my tiny mind. Oh. I do not know what just happened. Oh god, yeah, you're right. They're probably just there to stream like a single game and be done. Shout out once again to the guy who pretended to play a UFC fighting game. It's to mask upon a face of the creature in hollowness. A difficult thing it can be to decipher. A wonderful thing to have, a face, not a thing for which we're all blessed. Does it know of the face that's hidden beneath? Such remarkable contrast. Well, now we know who's been making all the masks for all the bugs. I completely forgot about them as a character. Feel a bit bad now. So yeah, so what else has been going on? Yeah, that's been the long and short of it. Like, I don't know if Deus or Kyle or any of the later peeps saw. I finished my latest... Well, okay, it's not finished. I'm going to do decals and another round of top coat. But I finished another fancy Gundam, which I'm very proud of. Like, there's a lot that I could do better, and there's plenty of room for improvement. But I kind of feel like I did it. And Kyle, if you want to see it, I will show you. You don't even have to put mead points up for this. So this is my fancy Gundam. There are better pictures in No Grey November. But, yeah. The chin wasn't supposed to be so bright red, but that's just how it be. And you can kind of see the detail on the long fins. That was lace that I bought from a craft shop and use that as a mask for airbrushing. So that was my little work. That took me quite a while to put together, but it was my very first Gundam that I got given. So I wanted to go back and try and like use my skills to make it look all fancy, and I did. Aw, Amos, you're okay, baby boy. So we are here. Fuck. But yeah, so I'm gonna give that decals before I continue, and then just another round of top coat once it's constructed. Because like I'm using good paint, so top coat's not a necessity unless you want to give it like a specific effect. So the shininess you see on all the fancy parts, though that wasn't actually shiny to start with, that was all matte water-based paints. Oh yeah, no, and the Angel Clean layer, the lace effect came out really, really well. What was interesting is I thought it would be the larger patterns that I'd want more of, but it was actually just the grid effect. Like, I'll get some close-ups of this in a bit, but like... Sorry, I'll get some close-up photos that I can put on like the Discord and stuff, but yeah, it's the little tiny mesh giving it this like almost dinky fishnet pattern that worked really well. Beans. Amos, you're okay. Saddest boy in the world in the other room. I think we're getting close to the Queen Spider fight. Haha. I didn't mean to fall down here. This is bad. This is bad. Oh. I don't think I was supposed to hit that person in the face. Legend, it was a reflex. It's alright. I didn't hurt them, so hopefully they'll talk to me again. It's Deep Nest. Everything looks like it's gonna bite me.
Art there, Sunhole.
There's some nasties about here. Not me. I'm friendly and happy to serve all travelers. Information I can provide you. The village above here, home to a sad creature. Hers is a tale of tragic existence. Cost her and her people greatly. Though I suspect she bore no regret in making it. I know you're intrigued. I know you want to tell the tale. Well, I'm sorry. I'd love to tell you. I'm just very, very sorry. Haven't eaten in some time. Oh, I'm starving. Knew it. I can't remember. Do we feed her, or do we have to break her face? Also, big mood. Yeah, just walk away. That's how we do it. Nice and clean. That is less how we do it. And you know what, Keldra, I'm with you there. Like, it is hard to feel bad when, you know, it's not that she just wants a ham sandwich, she wants to eat my face. Okay, so back here. God, we're so far away from anywhere that we can rest, though. Okay, that was bullshit. Nothing bad happens in Deep Nest. God, here's me drifting off a cliff in terms of conversation. Once I finished up on this one, I'm kind of in several minds about what I'm doing next. So there's one build that I want to do painting-wise, which is going to be kind of like a submarine-themed underwater Gundam, which I've been thinking about doing for a while. There's big beefcake arms, which I'm looking forward to building. Beans. Oh! That was mean. Fell down in the drink. Back up we go. Flower says they want to paint their aerial, but the paint they've got isn't up to the task. One thing that I got shown is that if you've just got like basic watercolors and stuff like that, lightly sand the pieces that you want to paint. And that way you can get like a really nice finish without having to get a fancy base coat. Oh, beans. God, I hate Deep Nest. Fucking hell. Alright, we killed it. Lost Flowers, I am not surprised. Like, I'm dead impressed that you and Numbers are persevering through what is a literal spider's nest. Oh, to the Mental Monk. I did not see you coming in. Watto and welcome. Oh, okay, so... Yeah, so one of these is plot. And one of these is the boss fight. But this is what we wanted. Oh, the bench is buggered. So I tell you what, let's... so we want to go to the Queen's Station, check in on the bank, and then get our money back. Then we can do some stuff on the surface, and then you don't have to worry about messing up my day. Angel Kalina, that is a very different series. So yeah. I think this is the one problem that we're having with this run through, is that you lot are too nice. Like, here we go. Oh, fucking bees! I am still amazed none of you did this in Deep Nest. Oh. Oh no! What did you all do? Got ourselves a wee bit of a problem here. Okay. Let's get the game back up and going. But yeah, I really want to get the Megex unicorn built, but God, I need more hours in a day to start that project. So Lagmeister, from what I could see, I don't know what happened there. Some kind of combination of like the orb and the bees. I don't know. Yeah, and Wolfgrad, at least it was a good spot for a crash. We could have had so much worse. So, it shouldn't have been too much at once, but what I will say, Mental Monk, your inversion didn't go through. So... Okay. So, I can't remember, it's the spa in... It's the spa in the City of Tears we need to head to next, yeah? That person eats people. Because we've got the key as well to open up the extra areas. need to head to... Yeah, so down, straight across through there. That'll get us where we need to. Oh, Lagmeister. Spa would be fucking great. Honestly, just like a nice indoor pool for a day, you know? I haven't been swimming in like 1,000 years. Oh, beans. Fuck! Alright, where are we fucking going? Alright, across this way. Really? Now I don't even know which way I'm looking. Angel Cleaner. Fuck yeah. Yo. One of the things that I'm really sad about is, well, I probably wouldn't have gone. A good friend of mine was responsible for the reworking of E3. And now, E3 as a consumer show is still a terrible idea. I'm not going to pretend that it's a good one. But the guy who was working on... Oh, literally, guy who was working on the E3 reboot was going to have, like, an industry-only... oh, big nail! Oh, big nail. I was going to have an industry-only bar with, like, a masseuse and stuff that you could go to, like, which was always feckin' great at Gamescom. And Hero, how are you doing? Oh, see, now I've got to show off me Gandalf again. And big nail should last for way longer. I wonder if I can change how long big nail lasts. Yeah, industry-only big nail does sound pretty good. But yeah, how are you doing? Friends, I haven't actually seen him stream in a little while, but Hero and the Bird is a very, very lovely industry friendo. And how do we get to the spa? You sparsters. Spa bastards. Back in wee! Nice physics! Hero says it's been a long day. First day opened the doors in a new hobby shop in the mall today. Yo! Are you working there? Or are you just giving them your custom? But no, that's way cool. But yeah, Hero is an artist and nice physics, and a fellow Gundam enthusiast. Also, we can sell River. I was going to say we can sell this guy, the King's Idol, for a bit of extra cash.
Morisan Gian. Helmadelka.
The short ones cannot look vaguely familiar. So Hero's saying there, Exorcist Bando Chad bought the inventory out of a business shop in the mall, combined it with his own inventory. Now we have shop fully stocked up and ready for business. It's been a very busy few weeks. Feckin' yo! I mean, like I said, you know, sad not to be able to catch your streams, but that's the best reason. That's really feckin' cool, yeah. Woo! Here it is. Memorial to the Hollow Knight. God, I love the Sea of Tears. Hang on, how do we get to the fucking spa? Hero, if I ever work out how to get a good home, what is it, like personal work-life balance, I'll let you know. I have not mastered it yet. So we got the simple key. I think the simple key is for the Soul Sanctum, which is above. But yeah, so Hero, next time we hit a bench, if you don't mind hanging out for a little bit, I'll show you my my latest work, because I've been showing it off a lot today. Because I've been getting, I wouldn't say good, but I've been experimenting more and more with airbrushing and doing like pattern designs and things like that. Tiny Oreos! So Kestrel. It's either Kestrel or Keldra. Whichever of you got Oreos earlier, you inspired me to get tiny Oreos. Actually, sorry, regular-sized Oreos. I'm a very simple man. Hero says, just got surprise mail from Swiftshot. Yo! To build forum is sweet. That's freaking cool. Oh, fucking hell. Oh! Ah! Sorry. Don't mean to screech in everyone's ear. That is the Chaos Dash, and it makes things complicated. Oh, shit, yeah. I saw that doing the rounds. Oh, sorry. So Hero was saying that Swiftshot, who is another Seattle streaming friendo, and how am I not able to get across there? I've done this a million times. Oh, because I need to come at this from the other angle. Okay. They recently released some variations on the Metal Gear Rex kits. And one of them is like a battle-damaged Rex from MGS4, which is really good. Yes, hello, River. The other one is the jet black variant of the OG Rex, which is very cool. Here we go. This is where it needs to be. I know what you mean, Hero. Like, the big jet black Rex looks so cool. It would be an excellent one to do for like personal collection, but like I am so set. Oh, okay. This is just me showing off to other Gundam fans. So this was my latest build. So I took my very first one, a Barbatus, and used a whole bunch of like lace to do like a little mask for airbrushing, giving it this really like fancy, ostentatious design, and I love it. I had a few missteps, so it doesn't really show up on the camera, but there's actually like 3 different shades of red from where I tried to use a thicker paint with the mask, and it ended up fusing the lace to the mech, and so when I pulled it off, it pulled the paint off. So I had to do like a sand and a rework, and it gives some of it this fun little edging, but it's not what I would have gone for. So I'm going to do decals and then a second top coat for this big chunky unit. Might do a little bit of ink, but ink after airbrushing scares me, like a lot. You know what, Kyle? I should have used a better term, and I realised that as soon as it came out of my mouth. But I tell you what, whilst we're just flashing Gandams, so here's some of my other fancy shit that I've done recently. I'm gonna go into the archives for this one. So look at this big beastie. This is from Pat Labor the movie, and it is a huge, great big chunky, like lobster-esque. I've just been referred to as Chunky Lobster. Kyle, it's like you were summoned from a snooze. The other cool thing with this one is the tail comes off. So the hover unit comes off, and then it turns into like a rotating walking tank. I'm a big Pat Labor nerd, and so when this one popped up, I believe it was Favor 6. Is either Favor 6 or Jackie was very kind and went, no, here's the cash, just get it. Because I don't think this is going to be one that's going to be around very often. Alright, I'm not going to shove you back up there because it's complicated, so you can just... And I think... Oh, the other one I've done for airbrushing, I know the Longship have seen this a lot, is my Liquid Death themed Big O. I just went for like a golden red. For this one I was trying to recreate like a marbling effect, and it didn't quite work, but I'm still happy with the results, you know? And that's what a lot of the airbrushing stuff's been. It's like, it's not all been successes, but I'm having a great time. You know? The thing that doing these Gandams has got me into the habit is of just trying it. Edging one belt. I'm gonna never hear the end of this, am I? DX-Man says there's a kit for Vladimir from Trails of Cold Steel. I did not know that. Oh, yeah. No, I will say, Hero, like, the spray booth is a must. And my two pieces of advice on that are, one, the spray booths that you can get on, like, Amazon are actually solid. But what you're going to want to do is pick up a bunch of filters, because once the filters get coated in paint, excuse me, you can get this, like, yeah, real cheeky. There's the mental monk prodding me to get going. Sorry. Once the filter gets fully covered.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Wolfcrad, that's fecking kind of you. Oh, and sorry, DX-Man, I didn't see... Now that you have a sub from Wolfcrad, you are in weapons free to post a link. Wolfcrad again, that's real kind of you. And the Motoroid, the Motoroid figures, the Motoroid kits vary in quality, but the Pat Labor one was one of those, and it's really good. Okay, so this takes us up into Soul Sanctum. God, reverse controls are so hard. Yeah, here we go. Wellity, wellity, wellity. But I have the key. I've got the simple key. Nani? I should be able to get in here. Hang on, let me check my items. Yeah, simple key. Oh, that's not the right key, is it? Alright, don't mess with me. I want to look at DX-Man's kit. Oh, that's some full-on fancy shit. Hero was saying they haven't bought anything fancy lately, but they did get the HG aerial. Feckin' same. That was so hard to get hold of. Like, it was only $16. Like, that was my big, flashy purchase for this month. But I did finally manage to get one. Like, yo, if you want to see some really, really fancy nonsense, where is it? That may not have been on people's radars. Where is it? The infinite dimension kits are ridiculous. Like, check out this Mother Hubbard. Sorry, and for this proportion of the stream, Hero and I just show off varying kits. Yeah, that one is heckin' fancy. Now again, I'm not sharing that with you. I do not need this. I have so many good kits to put together. But we can't get into the bank yet. Oh, beans! Fuck! Fucking, God damn it! Okay, so I guess we've just got to go to Deep Nest and just get the job done. Well, so Legend, that's where I just was, but I couldn't get in. I've got a simple key, like I should be able to get there, but it's not letting me in. Okay, so the last door was Soul Sanctum, needs an elegant key. Alright. Is it the big room with all the platforms? Because I know where that is. Oh, come on! So Legend, I'll need a little bit more of a descriptor. It's vaguely recall it's beyond the Hollow Knight Monument. So we can't get into there just yet. Wreck everything as a Bug Knight. I mean, hey, this is all geo towards ridiculous goals. But no, Hero, I'm real happy to hear you're working on working at a cool place. Like, I've never worked hobby retail, but I have worked games retail, and it was one of my favorite gigs. So 2 rooms east of the monument. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, fuck! I will say, friends, earlier on in this whole run, we combined the Mantis seal and Big Nail together, and it was horrifyingly powerful. here we go. A mechanism with a simple keyhole. This is how we go.
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Big Nail related to Big Zam?
It is, in fact. Same creators. Big Nail, Big Zam. Not a lot of people. Oh. Know that. Ow. You're right, it's not Deep Nest. Well, it was just, we were checking this earlier, checking this area earlier, and there wasn't a way to use a simple key. So my thinking is the waterways gets us underneath where we need to be. And, oh, hello. Yeah, I'll purchase some food. I can't remember if there's anything else to be doing with this character. Just eggs? Alright, just eggs. Sorry, and where are my fucking manners? I am all over the place today. Sadlin, despite putting up with me in the real, you have also put up with me digitally for longer than 56 months. But thank you, alright? And cheers to you. How the waterways just explode randomly. It's so much fun. Wolfgrad, thank you for filling the pint glass. Fuck! Every time I start to relax, every time, it's like you can smell it. No! Keldra just was saying, they just fumbled a bowl of piping hot soup. That's pain. Oh. That's pain in bad times. Yeah, I mean, are you okay? God, fucking inverted controls. Oh, fuck! So when you're swimming, When you're swimming, the controls are correct. Yay! Brendo! There we go. So yeah, when you're swimming, the controls the right way round. But only when you're swimming. So when you jump, it then flips them again. That section may have done my little brain a damage. There's these guys. Woohoo! That's one more mask. But yeah, I don't know if I've said this whilst we've been chatting the last few weeks, but I'm very, very, very grateful for just the sea of Gundams. Because, let me tell you, for hobbies to get into when you can't afford to go out, you can't go anywhere, Gundams are fucking brilliant. Heroes just need to hunker down and finish their jesters so they can open up some more. You do. I'm in two minds about the jester because, like, one, it's such a simple design. Like, in terms of its like color and its aesthetic, it's very simple. But it's complex in terms of like its history and its mechanics. These guys. Fucking hate those guys. You fight them, you cut them in half, and then they're like, cool, what if both parts of us were an asshole? God, I hate those guys. Not as much as I hate the Deep Nest lot, but you know what I mean. Anyway, I'm just tracking Cornifer. That's a horrible mental image, but you're not wrong. It's not just an asshole, but an asshole with teeth. No! Who will give up first? The longship or the man? I just want to say props to Hollow Knight for making one of the few good-looking sewer levels in video games. Fucking bees! Can't be me if I don't stick around. Oh, if you haven't seen it, the bees are permanent until you move to the next area. So if you summon bees in a section, they'll keep summoning more bees until it's over. Oh, that was... Shit, I can't blame anyone for that. That was my fault. And Lost Flowers, you'll have to remind me which one that is. Because I do love the Xenogears, Xenoblade, Xeno Chronicles set up. And some of the mech designs in some of those are feckin' brilliant. But I could not tell you, like, one mech... Really? 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 It's like, this doesn't change the gameplay at all. It's just an insult. Oh, fuck yeah. No, Hero, I'm right there with you. I would love to... Ugh. I'll have to have a look at that one later. Because someone's put high gravity on. But... This is horrifying. Cornif is just out there living his best life. Oh, what was that? You were fighting for your life against a bunch of invisible... sorry, a bunch of inflatable jerks. I couldn't even... Whoa, big job.
Make him know.
Oh, good to see you. Aha! Well, this is convenient. How close are we to... I know, we're super close. I'm gonna hit the bench real quick. And now I'm gonna check the links that Lost Flowers put in. So let's have a look at this metal face. Oh yeah. Structurally that thing terrifies me, but what a fascinating design. And definitely the second one. But yeah, sorry, before I got distracted by inflatable bastards, I would love a reprint of these Zone of the Enders figures. Because the Anubis kit is just so cool. You know what I mean? Like... Hey, Hero, you know where to find me, friends. 5 days a week. Ow! Gotta get to the water. Gotta get to the water. Aha! Very close to assassinating me there. So, like, that guy cannot be stopped except by water. Haha, nice try, J-Pose. Should have just been a little sooner. A little sooner. Also, I mean, I'm still... pretty green when it comes to, like, actual knowledge of kids, you know? Like, comparable to some of the peeps that we know, I don't know that much. Fucking wee! Ah, beans. Fucking reverse controls. Walk out of here. J-Post, I did make it known at the beginning that the one weakness of the assassin... Oh, fuck every duck. I've just got to keep fighting in this corner. Because I cannot beat these fuckers with reverse controls. Now we fight reversed slow motion. I can't get through. Fuck it. I just need enough. Stinky eggs! And now I backtrack because I have that little area I can booty slam through. It's right about here. God, this place is horrifying. But yeah, sorry I've told the long shit this 80 million times, but one of the things that was doing the round here a couple of weeks back was the Warhammer Skulls promotion. And I was a little terrified because there was a possibility that I was going to get to do some stuff for it. Which didn't end up happening, which is fine. But I was afraid because, like, I haven't done Warhammer stuff since my teens. But I have been listening to a lot of... Oh, God! Oh, fucking hell. I don't know what to do with this power. Ah! No, no, no! Fucking bastards. God, I was moving so fast. I think I arrived at my destination before I was supposed to get there. Everything's freaking out down here. This place is filled with horrors. Thanks, I hate it. So much noise. God, it's giving me big labyrinth vibes right now. Fucking thank you. Oh, fucking not again. Not like these. Yeah, didn't lose 10,000 Geo. Oh, fucking hell. Metal Monk's like, maybe worms just want hugs. You ever think about that? I think... Here's the thing. I think because we've all played so much Hollow Knight, you lot were way, way nicer to me in Deep Nest. I think it's because we've all suffered from Deep Nest. Well then, Legend, your company is more than enough, friend. This is bad. Oh, you did not reverse my controls down here! Everything feels fucking weird. Fuck! So many souls. Sorry. I have gone the wrong way. Don't like this. Oh, so Wolfcrad, go get some sleep. Like, thank you again for everything you all put in, and have a bloody good rest of your evening. All right. These little shits can climb walls. It's fine, it's fine. The bigger versions can't. Come at me, you fucking muppet! Oh, really? Fucking bees? Oh, I haven't even got time to heal! Fuck! Bees! Fucking bees, man! No, alright. I'm calling a pause. I'm calling a break. I gotta go take a piss, otherwise I'm going to rage wet myself Next time you'll throw fucking bees at me. Did me in like fucking Nicolas Cage. Right. I'm taking a bathroom break. Which is ironic considering we're in the sewers. And then we are continuing. And whoever that was that threw the bees in, fuck you. Fucking bees, man. This is the one downside with crowd control is it's loads of fun. But, like, I can't carry on a conversation about Gandams or nonsense. I can't do that at the same time. Oh god, Air Dragon, I am so sorry if I have used cuss words. If you are okay, you know, what is it they say with phone-in? Please make sure to check with the bill payer's permission. So long as you are fine with that, they may continue to push whatever buttons their little sadistic 8-year-old heart wishes. 10k Geo on the line for this. Alright, I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second. Okay, hello, hello. Right, I got some water. Water with a splash of lime. I know, fancy. I'm only telling you that because it kind of looks like a Will and Tonic. It's not. Lagmeister was just saying, imagine if we can crowd control his tea. What would you do with that power? Because I know, like, I've seen a bunch of people over the years do things like smoothie roulette and stuff like that. Okay, focus. So I didn't realise that those those exploding individuals can and do God, it's loud down here. I didn't realise the exploding individuals did friendly fire, or if I did know that, I'd forgotten. Oh, fucking what? We're alright. Keldra's extra dash. Whoever that was, thank you. Yo, whoever it is who has decided that I'm winning this, you are a hero and a scholar. Yes! Oh. With naught but a blip left. Ugh, I don't like the look of that crest, but we have it. I guess this was completely optional. What was it? A living charm born the gut of the Flukamam. Transforms the vengeful spirit spell into a horde of volatile baby flukes. Well, that was nasty in every way, shape, and form. Oh, Keldra's like, I hate this boss, I just wanted it to be over. Yeah, there's too many orifices and there's too much squidging with that boss, you know what I mean? Imagine getting wiped out by that bastard, having gone through all of this. Aww. Well, Air Dragon, please pass on to your darling youngest, or your weean, that if they found the bees funny, then that's okay. By throwing bees at my dumb face, they have genuinely helped out me and my little family. So if they find it funny, then they've done a good. Oh. So they can rest easy. It's just that those little ones sound like absolute... Like... They sound like absolute legit Muppets from Labyrinth. Yeah, so the bankers in the hot springs by the pleasure house in the City of Tears. That's where we're trying to get to now. So I think we keep going across from here and then up. Hey! Best character! Now, do I have to... Does he show up yet? Or do I have to wait? Where are you, mate? Okay, I can't imagine any of you don't know this. I'm sure we've all played this, but just in case. That noise is a gentleman called the Dungeon Defender, I believe is his full name. And he is the best of us. Like, honestly, I'm happy to do this boss. Because, like I said, the reason I love this boss is it takes the whole, like, dung beetle and, you know, it takes the obvious trope and kind of flips it on its head. A person who works with poo all day has no pretense about the world. And I don't know, I've always really liked that. Not the idea of working with poo all day, but just... Bees! Domo! Hope the bees don't get me in the corner. Fucking bees! And I think it's his spirit battle is like one of them. I guess I'm doing well? Fucking bees. Oh, come on! Bees and crystals and bees! You can't. Come on! I'm so fuck! Parents in the audience, please forgive my language. I can't believe you've done this. Lost Flowers says, you're doing better than I thought. I can't tell if that's a compliment or a backhanded burn. Hey ho, Baron. Watto and welcome. We're doing the Dung Defender. I look away for 2 seconds. 2 seconds! Oh, domo! Thing is, I can't hate him. Just gotta make sure I get my 10k Geo back. Let's fucking do this! Oh, I was just hoping this fight would get faster! Oh, reverse controls! Die in the corner. God, you can't hate on him. He's having a great time. I'm having a great time. Oh. Everyone's a sphere. There we go. The dung defenders blasting off again. Well done, inconspicuous pufferfish. And I do like it that the defender's crest gives you a whole load of protection, but then makes you smell terrible. You're right, all it took was a wardrobe change. That was all it needed. Okay, so from here, I think we can head up. Brother! I'm you! But yes, to those of you who joined us this afternoon, how you all doing? I hope this evening finds you well. Ah, here we are. Okay, on the other side of the city of Tyr. Oh.
What ho, gamer turnips?
What ho and welcome, PBS. How are you doing? 7 months. God, it feels like a lot longer. Oh, cool. Now we get to bully the upper class of the City of Tears. I don't feel guilty. Legend says, I hope this week doesn't find me at all. What's the running joke? I hope this email finds you well. How this email finds me, mildly on fire. So it's the next one and then up. But that's the wonderful thing about bad days and weeks, is that they actually have to end legally. Like your house! guy's here. Yo, where's my pale ore? I just realised somebody owes me some pale ore and I don't know who. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is where we want to head. Oh. Time. A door. Oh, here we go. A door with a simple lock. Shit, this is what we need to save it for. Where can we get some more simple locks at? Also, shouldn't we be able to get the key to the store here as well? Rightly. A new key, who dis? Well, good news, numbers. We are officially in a spider-free zone. East, the Kingdom's Edge, and the Colosseum. How we open that one? Oh yes, that's straight down in. The shopkeeper's key is in Crystal Peak? Shit, did I miss it? Oh, okay, Colosseum crowd control mode is going to be very fun. Because it will be absolute weapons free. Lagmeister, I might have already bought that one from Dirtmouth, but I don't know. So, what we can do, let's head up to Dirtmouth and check. Oh, was there a station to the right, Moose? Okay. Well, because, like, Sly is in his shop, but he doesn't have the key to his extra inventory. So, yeah. So, we'll go get the key, then we'll go spend what we have, and then we'll go towards the Colosseum of Will losing his fucking shit. Again, please forgive my language. I think at this point, I trust all of you in your parenting styles to either... Oh, I actually have less health than I thought I did. Oh, well, so numbers, that's what we're trying to do. Right now, we put all the money in the bank, and the bank did its usual, like, get... beans! Yay, friendo! We get this open later. Okay. But yeah, so I think that's the plan is... get to the point where we can get rid of the inordinate amount of geo that we have. And for that we want, I guess we want the key to Sly's shop. There we go. So on the key to Sly's shop, we want... to be able to get one of the simple keys which we can get from the Colosseum. And then... yeah, Pale Ore as well, so... yeah, this evening can be a bit of me versus you lot Colosseum edition. Yes, that's what I'm thinking, Legend. Batimus Geo.
Papa Sude.
Oh yeah. Worth a quick look.
Aber not slow?
Close. We're real close. But then again...
Bapanada.
Yeah, but we're at Legend. We're only short by about 200, so we're not far off of. But I wish I'd given her one of the other unbreakable pins. Sorry, one of the other breakable pins to make unbreakable. Oh, sorry, 2,000. My apologies. Mr. Quick Zero. Yeah, it's fine. Good at maths. So we want to go to... hang on. What's closest to... oh, actually, Crystal Peak's easier to get to from here. We don't have enough flames to slam dunk. We need one more. So we need one more flame to get the next form of our little friendo. Once we do that, then they actually start helping us in fights, which is great. Let's fucking go, mate. I love this fight when I'm winning. And when he's kicking my ass, I hate it. Oh, thank you, whoever that was. Because when you get the timing right, it feels good, you know? Oh, God darn it! What am I supposed to do with a feckin' spoon? Feckin' cutlery. blue Raja. Only throw forks. Occasionally a spoon. There we go. Alright, flame consumed. So... Actually, let's go do the dunk now. Oh, God. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Oh, almost.
Baba Gondala.
Now it's the next form of the kid that unlocks King Grim's fight. Yeah, because I think it's the next big fight that gets us the... Yeah. Okay. So, Crystal Peak. Slice key. Slice key, simple key. Geo. Get our feckin' breakable charm back, which again I don't think is one of the good ones, but feck it, whatever. We'll be working on those as we kind of progress. Alright, so where in the ruddy hell is Sly's key? Oh, hang on, we still got a bit more to go. Never get tired of flying through here though, friends. Okay, so we are here. I'm just waiting for Lagmeister and Peeps to give us a location to head to. Up and right. Roger, roger. Now, so all the way up and then right. Roger, roger. So we don't head towards the beans. Let's go through the head. This is fine. This is fun, and I'd like to do this. There we go. Shopkeeper's key. Job's a good one. Get stuffed. Artemis Chico. Fucking wee! Rolling around at the speed of sound. Bam! The poor Bug Knight gives himself a mean concussion. Lagmeister, we haven't gotten any ore yet. So I don't think we can get the stuff at the top because we don't have the dash upwards. But I might be misremembering. Honestly, like, it's not that we're hurting for nail damage. It's just, I love the animation that the blacksmith does. Fucking wee! Almost. One of these days I'll get it spot on.
Oh, whoopa.
Woohoo!
Artemis Geo.
Artemis Geo, right. Elegant key. Heavy blow. And Sprint Master. The Elegant Key to the Soul Sanctum. A couple of mask pieces.
Artemis Geo. Artemis Geo.
Boosh! Oh, feck.
Papa Sute.
Yeah, so it looks like we already got his simple key, so we've got to go... so I guess we've got to go over towards the Colosseum now, right? So, yeah, we'll head to the King Station, get to the Colosseum. And we can do, yeah, me versus you lot Colosseum edition. Although I realised I just spent a stupid amount of Geo, and I didn't even think of that. That was not my smartest move. So let's open up a couple of doors while we're here. In my defense, I've spent a lot of time being very sensible in this game. Legends, it's probably worth getting the spell here. Ooh. Brava! Is that the upward Hadouken, right? The upward Shoryuken. Hey! Staffwater and welcome. Hello, hello. Come on in, friends. Come on in. How goes it? Thank you for the raid. What were you up to? How was your stream? Tell me your tales. We're doing Hollow Knight with crowd control. So feel free to apparently get my face fucking broken. Where the fuck are we? We are here. And we need to be up. What have I done? So Stoff was doing a little Cult of the Land. Lovely. I have heard nothing but good things about the new DLC, so... I don't know where I am. Mildly lost. We're only a little bit lost, it's fine. But yeah, no super news over here stuff, like video games continue to be amazing and there are so many released all at once. Like, I don't even know where to begin. God. I've been doing a lot of video gaming work on the sides, which sadly I can't talk about too much, but it's all looking real nice. Okay, so this is the Forgotten Crossroads. Aw, beans! Fuck it. Ah! Hex sticks. Okay, apparently I'm just not allowed to fight those guys right now. Yarr, I don't know where we're supposed to go. Because we went this way. Okay, I'm super duper lost. I'm gonna head back down. But yeah, stuff. I hope things have been going good with yourself. The only thing of real note that I've done recently is I painted a fancy Gundam, and it's looking right good. No, I've been experimenting with like airbrushing techniques recently, and having a real good time doing it. So stuff is on 2 big game projects at the moment. Anything you can talk about? Because like, there isn't too much I can do to help friendos, but I can definitely help like hype up video game projects. Wellity, wellity, wellity. I guess, Numbers, do you want the fun answer or the real answer? Yeah, well-placed darkness is so powerful in this. So Stuff says, the one I've seen before is the Zelda Light with flight mechanics, yes. So the other one is a twin-stick shooter, and that one has a playable prototype on itch. Nice! Stuff, I don't know if any of the mods are in, but if you want to pass them the link to the itch.io page, like, I'm happy to share it around. Like I said, there isn't too much I can do to help, but anything that I can. So the real answer is that the strange orange glow has basically caused most of the people in this land to lose their minds. So, like, as Hollow Knight progresses, the infection becomes worse. And a larger portion of the story is basically around how the previous king tried desperately to fight against it. Oh, whoever just healed there, you're a hero and a scholar. Oh, that got a little tense. But yeah, so stuff again. If there's anything I can do to help, I can't promise too much outside of conversations and stream. I've been very lucky that the stuff I'm doing on the side, I'm helping 2 game projects directly, which is making me very, very happy because you know I like helping video games. I'm good at it. But yeah, whatever I can, you know. Oh yes, and let me earmark that one for future. There we go. Follow stuff. Now following stuff. Sorry. Okay, so in Hollow Knight, what should we be doing? So like, we've got the fancy key. Which I forget what that does. The fancy key unlocks Soul Sanctum, right? And potentially gets us one of the other spells. The other way we want to be heading is the Colosseum. And I forget... Colosseum is up to the resting grounds and then right, yeah? That gets us the simple key, which gets us our Geo. Also, the Colosseum gets us some Pale Ore. Unless we head over to the crystalline area to get more pale ore. Maybe we should go to the crystalline area and go get our pale ore back. Yeah, let's go get our first nail upgrade. Alright, so we're heading to Crystalline Peak to go get some pale ore. Stuff. I fucking got you. I'm sorry there's not more I can do. You know? One of the things that's been very, very hard is coming to terms with the fact that I can't really help people with funding. Hopefully I'll be able to again in the future, but like right now, I don't have the power, you know? Yeah, dirt mouth across is the fastest. Don't worry, Angel. The fire kid will learn. So it's a good teaching moment. No, Fearless, I don't do resume reviews. I have not. I don't think that I've gotten a job thanks to a resume in a very, 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 very long time. And again, when I've done hiring in the past, like when I've had to hire people, I've either been specifically hiring juniors, so I'm kind of looking to see if they have the skill sets I need, not necessarily the training. Also, my CV is not one anyone should copy. It's like 5 pages long. It's my full discography. Because I hate doing CVs, so I've just kept adding to it. So lag. We're heading up for the ore, right? I'm going to take a quick seat here, just so we don't have to go quite so far. No, we don't have double jump yet, no. So if you all want to ask me how I double jump, I don't know. I can't do that. I'm not that guy. Well, let's see what. So, Lagmeister, lead me to the spot I need to be. Because I'm here right now by the observatory. Oh no, and Fearless, like, again, I'm not the kind of person anyone should take CV advice from. I'm dyslexic, which means I resent having to write CVs and cover letters the greatest deal. And at this point, if you want to hire me for a video game thing, you can put up with having to read 5 pages of my experience and skills, you know? If you want to hire a high-tier EXP character, then you have to look at their backstory, you know? Right. All the way right. Well, remember, Lagmeister, 2 wrongs don't make a right, but 3 rights make a left. Darn it. I think I know what we're aiming for. Unfortunately, my little friendo was being helpful. Does anyone want to give me anyone want to give me a nice big jump, like a nice little jumpy jump, a nice little boost? Nice little bouncy bounce. But again, in terms of like how to get hired, I'm not a template that anyone should follow. Like, I was talking to some peeps the other night and I was saying, like, doing weird events has pretty much like led to a large proportion of my career. Like, without doing the original rock paper shotgun convention that would become EGX Rezzed, like, I wouldn't have gotten to meet like Dean and a bunch of people that would end up hiring me later on down the line. Like, and they hired me based on my output at the time. Well, the other option, Quasi, is we can go get the double jump. Alright, so let's level it out. So, Lagmeister, which way to the jump? Oh, thank you, Quasi. Never mind. We'll go and get it in a second. So now we're after... Oh, you guys. Not how much ahead of you guys. Yeah. The one good thing about those numpties is you can interrupt them. Oh no, and feels like I can absolutely understand that, like... Most of us originally write our CVs when we're like juniors in our fields, and so reconfiguring them to the point, like, once you become kind of knowledgeable of your craft, I think is important. Yeah, and Fearless, there are people who can probably give you like really good advice in terms of like cover letter writing and things like that, especially applying to a team you've already worked for. I don't fucking know. Once again, don't follow my example, friends. Ah, beans. You're right, Mateus. I think I could have used that little fly to just get that little hoppity hop. Now pedal for the jump. Please. Please, I have weak knees. I have weak knees and my children have brittle bones. Spare some coin for an old man who needs to jump more than once. I hate that my brain immediately went to money for an ex-leper! Money for an ex-leper! Please, my calves are very sick. My knees are weak and hard of hearing. Thank you, Naves. Money for an ex-leper! Well, I used to be a leper, and then was cured, you see. Great, that's my whole craft gone, isn't it? While Facebook is definitely a huge contribution to the downfall of society, I will say, the Facebook Memories feature often reminds me of some wonderful times. And one of those was back in my old flat, when we did the Life of Brian drinking game. And some friendos... Okay, I wouldn't say friendos, but people I worked with that I actually didn't see that often actually came and joined us for that one. And whilst the Life of Brian drinking game was painful, I do not recommend it. It was fun. And there's a few of those people I haven't seen in quite some time. Ooh. Alan's crown. Oh, come on! Yeah, no, Lagmeister, that is how they do it at GDQ. Just peddling their wares. No gorgeous view ahead. Denied that gorgeous view. Okay, now I can't remember if there's anything we need to do off of here. Like, if we dash, we find a secret, or if we slam dunk, I forget. Because we're above a bunch of stuff for Crystal Peak. I'm trying to remember. Oh no, but sorry, just me musing on memories of times past. Like, as I've said in the past, like, I do... Fucking wee! Fucking wee! Wrong direction! Alright, let's go get our fancy nail. And then let's head to the Colosseum. But yeah, no, I know I've talked to you all about this several times. Like, I don't miss a lot of the politics around AAA, you know what I mean? Listening to the People Make Games documentary about what's happening with Disco Elysium did remind me that... Oh, fuck it! Damn it! Feel proud of yourself for that one? Ah! Beans. The documentary around Disco Elysium did remind me of, like, how bad the AAA bullshit can be sometimes. And again, Disco Elysium is not a AAA game, but the stories they told of, you know, like, management versus creative and all of the petty nonsense around it was very much a reminder for me, you know. And Yeah, I definitely don't miss that side of things. But I do miss the camaraderie, you know. I miss the friendos, you know. And I think that's understandable. Like, I love what I do now. I get to talk to all of you lot every fucking day, and I don't want to make it seem as if I'm like, oh, woe is me, I must stream video games so that my family can eat. You know, not fucking Tiny Timming it over here. But it's more that, you know, I do miss being part of a team sometimes. Yeah, everything comes with ups and downs. And the Life of Brian drinking game was a bunch of people from CA who didn't really have anything to do that weekend who came over. And we just got rat-arsed. It was a lot of fun. You know, we had a similar experience when we did a Flash tournament for Injustice Gods Among Us. When it came out, and the next day we had a tournament. The hook was everyone had to pick their character before they got to play them, which ended up being really fun. I mean, okay, I guess I had fun because I got fucking Deadshot or Deadeye or Dead Dingus or whatever his name was, who was bullshit OP. Have a little rest. We had loads of fun, and then after that it was like a sunny day, so we went to the pub and we were just drinking like cider over ice, which if you're not a drinker, so British ciders are typically lower APV than the ciders out here, but still they've got some oomph to them. We want to go to city storerooms because we're going to go get our nail improved. But we drink them over ice, which, because it's chilled, you don't taste it at all. It's just like chugging fruit drinks or fruit sodas, if you will. And we got destroyed and had a roly-poly mosh pit. There's 1,000 photos of it. But yeah, so with the Life of Brian drinking game, it was just such a wonderfully spontaneous moment. If you haven't played it, by the way, it is one of the best, like, simple drinking games that's not overtly bad times, but it's intense. Okay, so the rule is simple. Decide what you consider a measure. So it could be, you know, a sip. It could be a finger of. Don't do shots, you'll die. But decide on a consistent measure of beverage. And then drink every time someone says Romans or Messiah, and that's it. That's it. Literally, that's it. That's the whole game. And yeah, it is like, oh boy, it gets wild fast. Just take a quick sit on my favourite bench for a second.
He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy.
No! You all have to think for yourselves! You're all individuals! Yes, we are all individuals. Oh. Like, I'm not saying that the Pythons are all great and perfect comedians who have no flaws and are good and right all of the time. I just wanted to say that as kind of a blanket thing, but I do have a soft spot for, like, the Life of Brian and, how have I blanked on the other one? The other really good Python film. Holy Grail, thank you. I don't know how I blanked on that one. The Meaning of Life has the best intro, for sure. still can't remember if the meaning of life came out before or after Time Bandits. Alright, let's get a better nail!
Ranjo Stenja.
Rare find, that. Give me the ore, some geo for my efforts, and I'll make you the good nail. Fuck yes! Best animation in here. And I don't know why I love this so much, but it's so good.
Garadel Akari.
Where is it? Yeah, look at my fancy nail. Love to see it. Although I had a strange little realization, and it's not as much of a... It's not... Actually, you know what? That's a dark path to take our conversation, so I'll package that up for another day. Because I don't think anyone's ready to talk about, like, art deconstruction. Back it away! Destroyed so much stuff on the way here. Alright, so we've got a better nail. We've got the fancy key, which opens the stuff up here, right, near Soul Sanctum. Right? Because the fancy key works, yeah, everywhere. So let's go get the goodies while we're here. Oh, an Angel Kalina, like... While some of it gets feckin' weird, like...
Oh, pal.
The amount of just
Helmadilka.
Glorious redonkulousness in Monty Python's Flying Circus is just something to be celebrated. Okay, so... The point that I don't think we should unpack it today, but the point that I wanted to make was an interesting one, which is, when it comes to art, especially, you know, older works in the ilk, I noticed something very, very recently, which is less reputable individuals will defend the art and the creator to the death, even when it turns out that either the art itself or the creator is a piece of shit. Whereas more empathic individuals won't necessarily dismiss the art overall, but they will acknowledge that the person or that the intent is a piece of shit while talking about it. Does that make a weird sense? Like I said, I think it's one to better unpacked another day. But it was just something that struck me. Nope. I guess we're going the other way. There we go. Soul Sanctum entrance should be here somewhere. Nope, no, this is not the right way. I don't know. Like I said, friends, I'll find a better way to unpack that later on. I guess I just don't have as much going on behind the ears right now to properly deconstruct that. And especially in gaming, it's very, very different. Because we don't have too many reprehensible games, you know? Games that say things artistically that are really gross. Oh yeah, so it's up and round the corner from here. Yeah. Woohoo! I'm remembering. Neo Shadow in slow motion. Well, so Numbers, this is why I was a little bit hesitant to talk about this one. I wouldn't say that is necessarily the case, but that's because, again, when we're dealing with the stuff that's on a case-by-case basis. I mean, on the one hand, the Wizard game is dull and boring, and represents... If you strip the IP out of it, it represents the absolute banality of AAA. Unfortunately, because of one individual's involvement in all of it and how they have weaponized the IP that it's based on, you unfortunately can't pull out that horror from the experience. You can't divorce it. Like, when we talk about this, here's a more wholesome example to talk about. It's like, you know, we were talking about Kelsey Grammer the other day and how, like, he was going through a lot of bad stuff. When he was filming Frasier, like, he was a notable, at least to my understanding, he was a notable alcoholic and going through a lot of personal problems. But when he went on camera, he would immediately snap into the character and give these incredible performances. And so it's like, liking those performances is not acknowledgement, it's not support of him drinking too much and obviously the harm he did to himself and others whilst being an alcoholic. But it's appreciating the craft of his works there and understanding both at the same time. Well, yeah, so Numbers, I'm going around that one because that's wholesale bad times. And Grand Take, no, we can absolutely rip the shit out of the Wizard game. Honestly, anybody who puts that on their Game of the Year list, their opinions in video games no longer matter. And not because of my strong feelings about the Wizard game and, you know, the impact that it's had on culture and how it became basically a rallying banner for the worst parts of society, but because it's fucking dull. Like, it's just dull. There is not an interesting bone in its body. It has pointless systems that make no sense for the setting that it's based in. It's boring. It is boring and bland. And it is someone insisting to me that the greatest food that you can have, you know, is plain potato salad. Okay, thank you for letting me have my little mini rant. Let's roll it forward. It is interesting to hear people talking about their Game of the Year lists at this point in the year, because this year is absolutely jam-packed with incredible games. Like, Wellity, we meet again. This is so fucking hard. Not dead! I'd actually like to thank my tiny little companion for showing me, like, where that guy is. Bland potatoes are the food of gods. Alright, you know what? Potatoes was an unfair comparison because you can do incredible things with potatoes. Oh, yeah, Kestrel. Yeah, this is a super easy game for babies. I can't believe people say this is hard. figure connected to the device. Examine closely. Yep. Consume the Shade Soul. Unleash a more powerful spirit. Oh yeah, so our Hadouken is now even better. No, numbers, don't feel bad. Bees? Really? I'm not dying here to bees. Yo. I don't even know what I would even start putting my feckin' Game of the Year list with. I think it's wild that people are starting to talk about it, you know? There we go. Now we open this pit up. Let's have a look at our map. Yeah, the year's only just half over. Shangetsu Hadouken! Yeah. Good times, good times. Okay, so we have improved Hadouken. We've gone through Soul Sanctum. Like, this is starting to look like it. I guess, yeah, no, we're just heading towards... I guess we're just heading towards the Colosseum now. And yeah, honestly, we'll just head down and then skim through. That'll be more fun. Oh no! The numbers, I do think that Tears of the Kingdom is going to beast the mainstream award setups. And at least from what I have seen, like, obviously I'll reserve right until I've had hands on proper. That doesn't seem unfair. You know? Oh, so Mateus, which way to double jump? Because, yeah, you know, you're right. I should get double jump before I get us into trouble. Though I do need to spend some proper time with Sonic Frontiers. Because, like, win, lose, or draw, I appreciate the idea of trying to take... Alright, double jump is all the way down. Where's all the way down? Like, waterways and beyond. Oh! New Hadouken is meaty. So do you mean like royal waterways and down? The shaft that opens from the Dung Defender. Okay. Dead easy. Make it wee! Sorry, yeah, I'm just trying to think of other titles that can be interesting to consider. Like, since we started playing this whole, like, Fantasy League... oh, shit! I haven't checked the Fantasy League! Alright. Don't do anything interesting. I want to see what's going down. So... If we check the E3 per League, we can see how the bids are proceeding. If you didn't see it earlier on this week, we started like a fantasy games publishing league. And really? Neo Shadow? Really? And we all just got our bids through. Oh man, so Quasi and Alnus have filled their dance cards. I'm still going to wait a couple days to see what gets announced. But I did get RoboCop and Endless Dungeon, so I'm happy. So currently, I've got The Expanse, a Telltale series, Endless Dungeon, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, the Elden Ring expansion, RoboCop, and I think Final Fantasy 16 is going to be a stinker. I know that's semi-blasphemous at the end, but I'm getting this weird fucking vibe from Final Fantasy 16. I can't put my finger on it. Oh yeah, so all the way down from here. Roger that. Ow. Beans. I can't remember how we get... Yeah, it's a cheeky move to get through that way, but I can't remember what it is. Hey, Moose, yeah, you kept your card clear. But, like, in terms of the predictions, I know a lot of people are now screaming up the ranks by just having a large number of goodies. Okay. Oh, yeah, now we're at the fucking Void Sea, aren't we? Wondrous Journal? Oh, I can't do better than that. Look at all these millipedes I just survived. Okay, so DX-Man, so Xenoblade 3 only came out this year? I don't know why I was under the impression it's been out for ages. No! We got another crash! Oh my word. Let's have a look. The last thing I can see that was supposed to go through was Neo Shadow's Lifeblood. So that's very strange. MC Catmaster, Watto and welcome. We've had 2 crashes today, and they don't seem to be necessarily related. It seemed to be like... Maybe it was like Lifeblood at the exact millisecond that I took damage. Oh, beans. Sorry. Ignore that. Don't worry about it. That was just a dream, just a memory dream. Don't worry about it. All right. We've got a long way to go. I have a feeling the City of Beers might be a more cheerful place than the City of Tears. But, there's only one way to find out. But yeah, sorry, I don't mean to poo-poo Final Fantasy 16. It's just, there's something about their repeated references to Game of Thrones and, like, edginess and how dark and gritty it is. They keep bringing up during interviews. It makes me go, wait. And I appreciate the idea of doing, like, super whooper dark fantasy. But, I don't know. Something's given me the the metaphorical heebie-jeebies. The Hollow Knight. Oh, actually, do we still have our fancy nail? Yeah. I'm sure we didn't lose anything. One can certainly lead to the other, PBS, you are right. And again, friends, I did want to say, for those of you that are hanging out here, I really do appreciate it. I know today is like the grand finale of GDQ, so I appreciate your company, friends. Although I hope that goes without saying, I don't know. I try and strike a balance between letting you all know that I'm very grateful and not being really fucking annoying. Oh, Kestrel says their favourite city is the city of Rears. There's so much booty. So I'm not going to feck around just getting a wanderer's journal. Oh, beans. Get a feck. Once again, just a shout out to the people that did the voices for this. Like some of the soldiers, when you take them out, they give the best overdramatic like. Sorry, Grand Take was saying that they like to think they live in the. Sorry, and I quote, I live in a city I like to think of as the city of queers. All the good cities are. Make it we! Oh wow, are we going down into the feckin'... Are we going down into the darkness already? Okay, so we can take the tram round now, so that's cool. And I saw the bits for Cornifer's map, so we'll follow that for the short term. Shit, I didn't think we'd be hitting the Ancient Basin this early on. You can hear Cornifer. You know what, Lagmeister, I'm going to go save before I mash anything, because it really does sound like he's inside that fountain. And I forget what happens when we dunk all our Geo. There we go, he was underneath. Although, sorry, on the... Whoa! Potamus Geo! On the subject of video games and publishers and whatnot, along with all the presses happening, we did have possibly the... do I want to head to the... Is it... It's way too early for the Palace Grounds. Oh yeah, because we need the double jump to head towards Palace Grounds, yeah. Alright, if you want to give us a vague heading onto which way I should be bringing our little party. So the Fountain Exchange is 3,000 for a vessel fragment. Okay. Okay, so yeah, so Lagmeister, we're heading towards like the Hollow Knight equivalent of the Void Sea, right? Sure. Also, this whole fountain setup where we see these, which we can assume, if they weren't scholars, they must have been like priests or someone of importance. And they have all like the fucking void fluid leaking from their eyes, like, gnarly shit happened here. Okay, so in this room, bottom left corner. Roger, roger. Patimus Geo. Now I remember why I should have used the super dash. This is surprisingly tedious with strange new moves back. Ow. I'm not apologizing, it was fun, alright? I enjoy the pogo maneuver. But no, sorry, the thing I was bantering towards, sorry, is that it doesn't look like the Devolver Digital presser is going to be a continuation of the Nina Struthers arc. So yeah, that was the sad news that we got today. Whoa! Get splattered. Oh, come on! Optimus Geo. Okay. This area will find a simple key. Roger, roger. Slow motion. Really? Remember when this biggin was a fucking boss? So Grand Take. So for the past few years, Devolver Digital have been doing this fascinating thing where they started doing fake press conferences. I couldn't tell you the year they started doing them. But they came up with this whole like ridiculous, over-the-top pastiche of E3 press conferences with their like fake VP of sales or marketing, Nina Struthers. Sorry, Nina motherfucking Struthers, full title. And each time it got weirder and weirder, but they did a continuing story, and they did pastiches of RoboCop. Oh, feck off me. They did pastiches of RoboCop, Nintendo Direct. They've been weirdly ahead of the curve on how they've been mocking the industry for ages. I mean, they did loot box coin jokes before anyone was doing, you know, NFTs. Okay, next pit, go down. Roger, roger. Says Will, heading home. Oh, beans! I will head back. I'm just doing a little murder. I was told I could have a little murder as a treat. Also, how far are we off from, like, unleashing the orange plague? I forget. There we go, simple key. Right. Numbers, great minds think alike, right? Alright, so from here, we want to... Oh god, where do we want to go for double jump? From here, it's up and round, yeah? Left and up, okay, yeah. So, my muscle memory remembers where we need to go. Whoop. Okay, that wasn't what I needed to do. Live and learn. But yeah, so, grand take, if you've got the time, try and look up the Devolver Digital E3 press conferences and watch them in order, because they have an arcing narrative, and they're basically one of... And you have to do it in a way that suits your game or your brand or what have you, but they are one of the fucking best examples of how to do, like, subversion of expectation in universe marketing. Oh, I'm sorry, dead friend. Big nail! Fucking love Big Nail. This makes me feel like a Dark Souls character. Boosh! Whoever gave me Neo Shadow, thank you for Big Nail. The way it does like a little look before before it keels over still haunts me. Because like we've talked about this a lot, but so much of so much of Hollow Knight is open to interpretation, and I find it fucking fascinating. Oh, did we just wreck the crossroads? Oh, beans. Well, it was going to happen at some point. Hopefully we didn't break things out of order. Yay! The mighty sting of the monarch butterfly! Well, so numbers... Parts of Rainworld are... Rainworld's story is very, very clear. Now, the story of the slug cats and their experiences, I think, is very open to interpretation. Like, how much agency they have in the world, how sentient and or competent they are. That's really up to you. But the story of Rain Worlds, the story of the iterators, the people who came before and all that, that is a story that has a... That's a story that has a distinct explanation, that has a distinct understanding, We know what Pebs was trying to do. We know what, yeah, no, I'm not doing the fucking dream fight right now. Some serious Celeste type nonsense now. Almost. But no, with Hollow Knight, it's just there's a lot of this game that can be interpreted any which way you feel. We don't get clear answers. Same with Friendos. We haven't been to see we haven't been to see Papa Friendo in a while. But yeah, with Hollow Knight as a whole, there are swaths of this that we never get a clear answer for. And maybe we will in Silk Song when it drops. But in another breath, like, I'm okay, Yeah, Quasi, when it totally drops in 2023, it's not going to feck up anybody's dance card at all. Ow. I did that to me. Now, Mateus, I agree with you. I have a feeling that it's going to be about, the world far beyond Hallow Nest. That which was forgotten. Sorry, a world that has forgotten that Hallow Nest exists. Good old Palace grounds. Can't wait to get wrecked by the White Palace. Not fighting you right now. Fart bastard. Bastard. And yes, I did refer to that guy as a fart bastard. No, I will not be apologising. So where do we want to go? We want to go to King Station and then up, right? Treat yourself. Spa day. Treat yourself. Okay, sorry. Jumping back. When I was talking about like E3 and how they were going to have like, an industry bar with masseuses and stuff like they have for Gamescom in the past. One of my industry friendos was saying that they organised a nail bar for, I want to say DreamHack, but definitely one of the esports events, and I'm like, fuck yes. If ever there are a group of people that would fucking love having would love having like excellent nails, especially for like esports events and stuff like that. It's that crowd. You know, I do my own nails before events and things like that. But, you know, it takes me a few hours to do it. I haven't gotten one of the kits for drying your nails quickly. Because they cost money. I could get a UV drying pen. Or a UV drying torch. But I haven't tried using one of those for nail art. If you've never had your nails done, so basically what they do in salons is they have like a UV lamp box. So they'll do like base coat, dry it on the box, and then top coat and detail, dry it in the box again. And that's how you can get your nails done super quickly. What I tend to do when I'm doing my nails is drink and watch movies. Or TV shows as well, it's just great. And honestly, the good thing about painting your nails is it forces you to stop. Like, you can't play video games, you can't work, you can't do chores. You've got to stop, breathe, and, like, live for a bit. It's great. I might do fancy nails tonight, I haven't decided. I'm going to be doing decals for my Gundam anyway, so I might just combine the two. I know, Legend, I mean, it's nice. What I would say, though, is that if you're going to a salon, go with someone who's been before, because, let me tell you, if you think gaming events are intimidating, having somebody ask you how you want your nails done when you've never been to a salon, there's a language and a code to it all. Hey, remember when you killed me earlier? Payback's a bitch. What you can do? Friend's dead. Angel Clean says, I want to do fancy nails, but they destroy mine too fast. Yo, get good top coat. Because what's great with nail art stuff is that if your base coat is shite, doesn't really matter. As long as you get good top coat. That's how I managed to keep mine. Yeah. You know what, Numbers? Here's the worst thing. If we hang out long enough, my pronunciation of salon will seep into your mind. And you'll double guess yourself and say it by mistake. Oh shit, I'm gonna fight one of these guys. These guys are less whimsical. Oh, really? Really? Hunting him via ears. Which is what clever people call hearing. Woohoo! Good work. Except for the person who cast darkness. You are a criminal and you know what you've done.
Another good day of game jam prep. 1 month left before I spend 48 hours non-stop game deving.
Oh, nice. And Akira Zero, obviously, thank you for the bits, friend. I don't remember Blue Lake. It seems calming. Yeah, she's like, good conversation. Where are you going at this point? Here's where I'm going at this point. More gaming events should have people that will do your nails fancy. The fact that no one's done like a nail bar at PAX is an absolute travesty. Oh hey, what's up, buddy? A calm place. It's action I want. Vicious and deadly battle. This serenity is a bore. Oh. Who on you? Oh! Grand take. If people had told me that already, I completely forgot. Oh yeah. Crossroads is doing bad now. But yeah, yeah, if you all had told me that, you know, this is where the tears from the City of Tears come from, I completely forgot, so it's a nice thing to relearn. Please don't pee in the water of tears. That's the only thing we ask. Alright, so we are here. I think, yeah, we keep heading... The resting grounds leads to the peak. So we go this way. I'm not going to fight any of the ghosties right now. Because then, friends, we've got to make a call on whether or not we're doing the Colosseum tonight. I mean, I guess I have a station here. We've got the tram now, so... Ooh, Dream Shield. Fancy. Hey, PBS, have a lovely rest of your evening, sleep well, and to be continued, alright? Hello, Ness, see you. Oh, cool, she opened the door for us. I didn't realise we'd gotten so much feckin' essence, like... to Nutter Bun. Thank you kindly for the follow. I'd love to tell you that we're talking about incredibly highbrow video games, or deconstruction of art, or, you know, Hollow Knight in general. I've been talking about nails, because mine are absolutely... I was going to say a very bad word there. They're in poor repair, and so I may redo them tonight whilst I'm doing the decals for me Gandam. That's how fancy my night's going to be. Shit, we got more pale ore! We got more pale ore. Yeah. We got more pale ore. Yeah. Ah, here we go. This is where we can do battle with a bunch of the ghosties. We fought so many of those. And we may still yet. Like, again, friends, we'll keep going with this for as long as you'll want me to keep going. Did I skip the Pale Ore and the Resting Grounds? Is there more? I certainly missed this bit. So, Lagmeister, where is the other Pale Ore? I'm curious. Because beefier sword means an easier time in the Colosseum. Because maybe that's what we can do, friends. Like, maybe we can faff around today. Let's get to the Colosseum. And then we can basically declare open warfare. Whatever you lot can throw at me in the Colosseum. Okay, so Lagmeister, for clarity of communication's sake, is there a Pale Ore that I can get now? Or are we talking about the one I just grabbed? How? Fiona, how? No! No! There is no way you got 80k in a week. You don't even watch this much nonsense! Well, the mods are going to get a bollocking, but a deal is a deal. Oh, fucking self! I can't believe you got the mods to give you 80k back. Oh no, don't use the guinea pig as a cute shield for it. Do you want me to move that? Do you want to show them what you are doing? To shield yourself from criticism. I'm just going to move the camera, friends, so that you can see. Like, look at this tiny face. Look at the guinea pig. That is what Fiona has brought as a shield so that I cannot get mad. I can't believe the mods gave you 80k. You know, Rilu put in $30 for a dab the other day. $30.
Well, cool. I don't have $30. I have a bonus 80k. I told you a while ago that I had these extra points. She even just heard.
Of course she did.
Do you want to see the dab? Do you want to see the dab?
Don't look at me.
Oh, no.
My children don't look at me.
Father dab. Do it. Look, oh, you're such a good, my father.
Alright, thank you. Thank you, whoever on the mod team is giving away free points.
I love you.
I can't believe you're
I love
watching
you.
me.
No dab. She heard when I did that. The minute you dabbed, she turned away and was like, "I'm done here."
Yeah, she saw the shame on the parental unit's face. So mad. Betrayal in my own house. My own mod team.
I love you, mod team.
Do you notice that Fiona is not naming names?
I don't know who it was. I'm just thankful.
I too love Nugget. I can't even be mad. Fuck are we doing? I don't even remember. Actually, I think King Station gets us back to the setup. Lagmeister, I did not see your answer. But I'm going to go use the Pale Ore that we have to get nail improvements. Because apparently that's what we're about today, is just like getting our nails done. I can appreciate that. And we got our simple key, so we can get some simple revenge. Ah! Okay, so one is resting on the ground by the trams. Alright. Get our fucking money back. Songstress Messiah, a voice to ease all burdens and still all troubled minds. Aww. Even the idea of a brothel in this game is wholesome. So I have two, so one on Nosk and one on the resting ground by the tram. Well, I picked up the one from Nosk. Marissa. Aha. Oh, because he knows they've got water in. Oh. Shrock! They're pretty skinny, very scrawny. You may reckon. Look at me. Big, juicy, fatty, oily, scrumptious bug. No wonder I'm so popular here. You got eaten, didn't you? So now we know the secrets of the spa cooking. Oh, beans. My shame recorded. Oh, you absolute combo! Neo Shadow, why? Why would you do me dirty like this? With the still in a dream, Snake Eater, the world's longest elevator. My shame elongated. I have no response to that. Wait, I thought by Norsk you meant the... Okay. I don't think I defeated Norsk, no. I was talking about the... Aww. I think I accidentally killed her in our OG playthrough. What I will say is, once we've gotten our cash back, I'll sit and have a listen whilst I get her. Hello, dear. Fancy running to you here. You see, it's sad thing. It's all spent. Cost of running a bank can be high. I think we just beat the shit out of them now, right? Yeah, there we go. We can beat the Geo out of you. Where's my money? Nope. You still got my money. This might take a while. Cha-ching, I guess? Yeah, I really should put on Gathering Swarm.
Sego, Gio.
You know what, I'm just gonna do that now. Where are you, Gathering Swarm? So we play Devil May Owe Me Money. Is it me, or is the song bug really enjoying listening to this beating that I'm dishing out? It's weird, so Numbers was saying it reminds me of Moneybags from Spyro 3. This reminds me of Peter the Puppy from Earthworm Jim 2. Change these backing tracks from a calming, beautiful soundtrack into a terrible 16-bit mess. Still got more money. Don't mind me. Just beating the beating the cash out of someone. Let that be a lesson to you. Oh, interesting. I can't dream now. Okay. So we are here.
Is this what they call geocaching?
I do believe it is, friend. Just quickly change out the. Oh shit! We can probably buy the extra notches as well, because we've got a load of charms. I'm just not used to having this much money when we're doing. I'm not used to having this much money when we're playing this game. It's wild. Okay, friends, I'm gonna use the bathroom. Then our goals are upgrade Nail, get to the Colosseum, and that way, like next week, we can do like a straight up me versus all of you lot Colosseum edition. Like either I clear the Colosseum and win, or I don't. And I think we can definitely make that an interesting day, you know? But yeah, I desperately got to pee, so I'll be back in just a second, friends. Sorry about that wait difference. Hopefully the singing was calming. Yeah, this area is just straight up good vibes. No, Lizzie, I didn't say I was giving you shit. Somebody refunded Fiona's last dab. I got hit with it. There is an underground racket, and now I'm a ball of fluff. There is an underground mead point racket going on, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. Wait, where's my elevator? Oh. But also, Lizzie, how are you doing, friend? At the moment, we are going to beefcake out our nail a bit more, because we got some more pale ore. Dragon Whee! Oh, right, yeah, you can get into some of the upper areas from here, can't you? Back in the yard. Oh, lovely. Oh, no! Shit, that was one of those, like, 5-second stories. Not to quote TikTok exclusively, but there is nothing worse than when you buy food as a little treat for yourself. You know, you can't quite afford it, but it's been a hard week, and you spend that little bit of cash to get some food to make yourself feel better, and the food ends up being trash. I'm so sorry. Right. That's a proper crime. Lagmeister, we've got 1 ore at the moment. Yeah, we got 1 in the pale ore. Do we need 2? Because we can hit the tram and go get the other one. I mean, either way, I want to see the blacksmith and see how he's doing. It's always good to pop on in and say hello.
Ah, Ranjo Stenja.
Oh yeah, so we do need 2. Hey, no. I mean, Legend, I do think Oreos could be used for nail improvements. I'm just going to say it. It's what we're all thinking, let's be honest. Oh, no. I mean, Lizzie, was it enough of a feck up that you at least got your money back? But yeah, that does feel like an actual crime. Never get tired of just careening around this whole place like a loon. Hang on, is it in the ancient basin? Okay, so sorry, I'm going to take a breath and a beat. So Lagmeister, you were mentioning that there was 1 more ore that I missed that we could go and get. So hey, give me a target, and we'll go grab it. And Lizzie, I'm just like I said, I'm so sorry, friend. I think it's one of those things that we can all empathise with. It's like that little bit of a treat. Like after working your ass off all week, and then it ends up being bad times bears, and you're like, fuck. I want a refund, and I want these people tried in The Hague. But on the flip side, as we were saying, you know, I especially having, you know, all of us survive lockdown, I do hope that a large number of... I'm going to hit a stag or the pit. We'll hit the stag. I do hope a large number of people that do either, like, you know, food services or delivery or what have you understand just how much good they've done in the world the last few years. Punch me out of the house. Yeah! Lizzie, thank you for the bullet time there. We use that bullet time to save Tony Friendo! Yeah, you go, Friendo. Okay, stag to the palace, then up till the tram. Alright. Let me get us there first. How many likes you? Oh, that's not what the stag's at, sorry. Oh, an angel cleaner, like I was saying, like, I know it's not the most glamorous of jobs, but, you know, there's been more than a few times, especially the last couple of years, when I've been at my absolute, like, wits end, my absolute, like, my absolute, like, last dredge of energy and nerves. And so, we spent a little bit of extra, we got a pizza, and if I can turn my little day around, you know? Okay, so we want to head to the palace. Where? Stag to the palace. We don't have the palace right now. Hidden station? Wow, yeah, friends. We're definitely going to do Ore and then Colosseum, and then I think that'll be us for the evening, because I don't know if you saw there, friends, like, I had another out-of-body experience. I was here, but I wasn't here. And that's not fair on you lot, because I like hanging out and talking with you all, and I'm not doing that. Oh, see, here we go. Dustin actually got pizza themselves. Feckin' yo. I hope it is most excellent. Okay, so hidden station. And then the tram from there. Okay. Yeah, because hidden station's right here next to the palace grounds. We can just go up and hit the tram. Quick little seat just in case. Oh, Dustin, you going through Memnol? I had this thing where Baron was asking me, like... Because I was talking about how, like, there's stuff you lot noticed that I didn't while actually, like, being there at the time. And I was trying to list things, and I had that, like, the worst case of, like, smooth brain. That's the sinister fountain, so we just keep up. Alright, so here's the tram. And where do we head from the tram? Okay, so we don't actually need to take the tram anywhere. This is just the next point. We just head left from here. Okay. Get fucked. Aren't you rude? Oh shit, also, and once we've got to where we need to go with the Colosseum, if we go hit the friendos, we're going to have more than enough money to get just about everything. Oh look, it's everyone's least favourite creatures in the whole damn game. Oh, you're alright, Cloth. You're alright.
Bakusa.
Yeah, go for it, Cloth. You got this.
Manuran.
Such luck. The tiny one appears and shows such skill. Someone appreciates my my actions. I do love it when our little kiddo gets the last hit. There we go. And there's our pale ore. I think Neoshto is because I've now become I take it back. I take everything I was about to say back. I was gonna say I don't fear them like I used to because I've learnt to always be afraid of them. You know what I mean? Okay, so next up, oh, Peebles! You guys. Oh, I get for pontificating. Alright, so... Is there a... So let's see. Next up, we want to actually upgrade our nail, hit Dirtmouth, and then get to the Colosseum, and that'll be our revenge for Lizzie, I didn't say it was you. I didn't specifically say it was Lizzie Tapau. I said that there is someone on the mod team working for peak mischief. Yeah, legend. Yeah, and we'll get the grub reward as well. Get fucked! Sorry. Yeah, King Station's actually faster. So, New Nail, Dirtmouth, and Friendos. And then let's go from there. Back and wee! Fucking wee! I caused property damage! God, the amount of times we pushed that poor guy into the water. God, I will say, I had considered getting another Hollow Knight tattoo. Because, you know, the Friendo is a Hollow Knight tattoo, but it's also a Longshipian thing, you know? That was artsy pose art. It was the first thing that was kind of truly ours as a group. But I have thought about getting like a Hollow Knight tat separate. But the problem is, there's so much incredible art in this, I wouldn't even know where to begin.
Ranjo Stenja.
Heck yes! And now for my favourite piece of animation. So good!
Garadel Akari.
Yeah, there we go. Look at that spiral. That is a good point. Yeah, our little the little creature that we're raising does need to maybe find the occasional moment for calm. So now we head up to Deep Nest.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Hey!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
How goes it?
Why should I use all my precious coins to summon something unexpected?
I mean... I cannot tell you what to do with your digital nonsense. I am merely the target. But what I will say is, make sure if you're going to do stuff, like, throw it in when we're going to be in some place for more than a couple minutes. Or for more than a couple seconds, I should say, because with Hollow Knight, the timers don't stop when either the game is paused or you're resting. Also, sorry, hey Shift. As you can tell, I'm a little bit drifty potato. This week's been not a bad one, but it's been good. God, you make it weird. So the Unbreakable Heart, which is increases the health of the bearer. We want fragile strength. Yeah, it's pretty gross. Yeah, you can have the Fragile Strength Charm, which then turns into the Unbreakable Strength Charm, which is feckin' badass. And no doubt we'll need to provide her another stupid amount of cash. Or whatever. The fact that it's 12k is ridiculous. So many good builds, so little time. Oh, 15k for strength. Oh, no big deal, Moose, no big deal. Right, now we go ahead to see the grub. Ow! Oh, thank you. Sorry. Jump scared the shite out of me there. Yeah, there is an irony in the fact that the greed is the oh yeah, we're at beefy oh fucking hell. Yeah, beefy crossroads now. Gotta be careful. I can actually get my ass handed to me. Yeah, actually, we should. You're right. We should go see Sabrula about more charm notches. Oh, really? Really? No idea what he's throwing down. So many friendos. And a rancid egg! So, while Grandpa does pull some shady shit towards the end, apparently there is a theory that it's all part of like the grub life cycle, and that we may see in Silksong what happens after they all get blobbed together. Which I'm really hoping for, because when we did our original playthrough of this, I vehemently refused. Oh yeah, so we want resting grounds down that way. Yeah, we can get there pretty quick. I mean, Lost Flowers, if you want to know, I'll tell you, but it's... only a mite horrifying. And Neo Shadow... oh, fucking hell! Oh, I guess I'm gonna go get our fucking Geo back. What I was gonna say, Neo Shadow, is that is entirely up to your good selves. Like, if you want me to keep going and try and do the Path of Pain, like, as a me versus you lot event, I'll do it. Like, you know, I've been very honest about why we're doing Crowd Control Hollow Knight. At least I hope I have. You know, one, it's a lot of fun that you'll get to mess with me, and two, like, we're trying to pull our asses out of the fiscal fire. Revenge! So yeah, I'll keep doing this for as long as y'all are enjoying it. You know what I mean? And if you want me to do the Path of Pain, I'll do the Path of Pain. You know, I've done a lot more for a lot less. You know what? That one was on me. That one was on me. Because I don't know if we... I can't remember if we did the Path of Pain back in the day or not. We'll probably see if I have the achievement for it. Straight down here. I know, Lizzie, you're absolutely right. Like, Path of Pain on the best of days is a fucking challenge. But what's interesting is, like, the crowd control toolkit gives people the ability to help and mess with me in equal measure. So, for those that have the intent, it ends up becoming basically like a versus game. Except for I'm the flag, you know. Special item for those who love charms so much. Once you earn 40 charms, I'll gladly sell it to you. That's the thing that gives you the good times infinite. And Neoshlo, that's the thing. Would it be better or worse? I don't know. Extra HP refill, then darkness, then bullet time, then bees! The Path of Pain becomes the Path of Bees. Okay, so I think we've done everything that we said we were going to do. Now we just got to get to the Colosseum. Now, if I remember... Hang on, there's a bench here. Alright. So, if I remember rightly, so the Colosseum is after Crystal Peak, right? So we go up to the top of Crystal Peak, and where we went up... hang on, let me get my marker. So where we went up here, we need to go this way, right? Right. Right. And that gets us to the Colosseum. That means that next week we're ready for, like, full-on warfare. Just waiting for everybody to catch up. I'm trying to remember where the Colosseum is, friends. Hey, then Quasi, that sounds like the best idea. Thank you for both the funds you have put into keeping our little operation going, and also thank you for messing with me wholesale. But I hope you're doing good, and I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Oh, so Lagmeister, we've got the notches, and we've got the improved nail, and we've paid for the charm. So, yeah. Now it's just how in the ruddy heck do we get to the Colosseum? Because I'm drawing a complete blank. Because I'm sure it's from Crystalline Peak. But now, it's one of those things I'm not so sure, because I don't think it's from the Howling Cliffs, but it could be. Okay, but Lagmeister, where from the King's Station? That's what we're asking. Oh yeah, and you're right, we should slot in some new charms. So I've got a 2 slot. See if there's anything extremely... increases the force the bearer's nail. Enemies recoil when hit. Increases range. So I'll take a damage. Sprint. The Dash Master is fun. Shaman Stone is alright. Increased amount of soul. Stalwart Shell. We could just start stacking some dumb fun things. Weaverlings to come help me. Hatchlings to do murders. Spiky Revenge is always fun. Okay, so it's from Kingdom's Edge, so right up there. Okay, thank you. Because we can get there pretty easy. I'm gonna go for Long Nail, because if any of you equip Big Nail, then shit gets wild. Alright, so this is Blue Lake. And there's no need for us to faff around above, or we can just speed through! So from... so here we are, so resting grounds. So from King's Station, we take the passage underneath. And you have Big Kingdom's Edge Pit. Okay. So, alright, I can see that. Forget about his fucking backswing. Yeah, and friends, sorry that I've become somewhat monosyllabic. That's one of the reasons why I'm gonna bring our adventures to a close once we're near where we need to be. Because I am not doing a good job of conversation. Okay, so down we go. Legend, understandable, I know. I just want to make sure that I'm doing a good job by all of you lot, you know? If you're going to take the time to hang out with me, then I'm going to do my best to bring my A game, you know what I mean? Least I can do. Here we go. Kingdom's Edge. Where it's literally raining corpses. We can't swim in acid yet. That would be another one for us to pick up later. Fucking wee! Oh shit. You gave me triple jump and I've not been using it. We know that voice. What's up, buddy? I really appreciate areas like the Kingdom's Edge, because of all the areas we go to, it's one of the ones that shows that this was a functioning city at some point, you know? And like the thing about the Colosseum as well is that the people there haven't been as affected by the okay, that's where we're... Wait, it is... Yeah, it's under here we're heading. If I remember rightly, the honeybee charm was the one that saved my arse when we had to do it originally. And there's these guys. Oh, fucking hell. Oh! Cheeky puppy. Ooh. So legend says, I want to say the Colosseum is built into a worm. Our interpretation is that the contraption doesn't touch the Colosseum because of that. Okay. Remember rightly, that's our next encounter with Needle. Oh, it's the other brother. Oh, I mean, Tekken, yeah, I'd love to learn some more cool moves. The dash slash.
Hele sommet. Bam. Finne.
Yes, Lagmeister, now we have all three of the different skills. So for the Colosseum, we've got to head up. Alright. Sorry, again, I was under the impression the Colosseum was down this way. We got this. We're resourceful little bug knights. Very adaptable. Well, not adaptable to that. Fuck off. Oh yeah. Follow the falling corpses. You know, the ones I mentioned. Oh shit, I don't have the upward explosion yet either. God, I am not ready for the Colosseum, but we're gonna fucking do it anyway. Probably never going to have a better way to do this. Oh, Angel, Kalina, have a lovely rest of your evening. And as I said, we're heading to the Colosseum because if I remember rightly, the Colosseum does have a bench in it. And if it doesn't, then it means I'm thinking of... No, I lost all of my fucking special health. Brilliant. Ah, okay.
Oi, Billy Bob. Correct.
Mate, don't make it weird. Okay. So we talked to Mr. Likes to get messed with. Alright. My face! Why would you do that? I was doing fine and then kablam! Oh, that was funny. What angle you come at those guys, they always seem to be in the perfect angle to wreck your day. It's frankly impressive. I think it's up from here, yeah? our little friend just earned their fucking pay. Sorry, I just needed a little bit more help before taking on that big beastie. Oh. Thank you. Oh, my fucking life! And all of that for King's Idol. Fucking king. Fucking king, I fucking tell thee. Yeah, you're not wrong, Legend. You're not wrong. We've only got to make 15,000 Geo. Piece of cake, right? When life imitates art. Here we go. Another warrior finds their way into our fair Colosseum. Ours is a final destination of those seeking deadly trials. Oh yeah, he's just making sure that we one, open up the first trial, and two, that we go down to the rest spot. Alright. Wellity, wellity, wellity. Oh yes, we have to fight him as one of our early battles. Oh, this is going to be glorious. But friends, I think this is a good place to bring our adventures to a close. So, no more crowd control. I'm going to quit to menu. And stop the session so that nobody accidentally spends any cash. Right. That was a fucking great day, and I really hope you all had fun. I know I did. Guess that's kind of obvious. Hey, Legend, Lagmeister, Dustin, everybody, have a lovely rest of your evening, alright? Good night. Obviously, I'm going to do credits and thank yous in just a second, but in case any of you were skedaddling off. Oh, this has been a good week. It's been a challenge of a week, and I'm glad I've gotten to share it with all of your good selves. Though it looks like the game's... Sorry, it looks like the game's bugged. So you'll have to deal with some upbeat jams. There we go. No, seriously, all of you, thank you so much. It's just been fucking brilliant. Yeah. Next week's gonna be pretty intense as well. We've got Keeley Fest on Thursday, which will be very early for me, so, you know, spare a thought. What else we got next week? We got fucking more games than I know what to do with. Actually, friends, do keep an eye on the Discord, just because we may have to make some, like, you know, some left or right hand choices in terms of games. Like, do we do Homebody next week, which is the Game Grumps' next game since Dream Daddy, or do we do the Team 17 semi-horror game where you play a radio DJ trying to work out where a killer is, like based on like their phone-in stuff, which seems fucking brilliant. If I am on Discord later, it'll just be drinking and hanging out. I don't think I've got it in the tank to Sea of Thieves it up tonight. So essentially, at Dustin, Homebody versus Killer Frequency, I have keys for both. And that's not even counting the Tartarus key or more Plastic Duck Simulator. But for sure, next week, Rain World and more Hollow Knight, for sure. Yeah, Dustin, it's a massively tough call. I don't know. So, oh, crunchy. But, however it be good times. But no, just thank you all. Oh yeah, Legend, thank you for reminding me. Hollow Knight. Rain World on Wednesday will be the beginning of The Saint, the last of the story campaigns before we start doing more of the other endings for the old school Slugcats, because they deserve their good ending. But yeah, I don't think there's anything else to add. Like, I hope you all don't find my thank yous obnoxious. I worry, but like, I don't know. We've got a couple more weeks of really fighting and struggling, but we're gonna make it. I really think. But I'm not gonna ease up. I'm gonna work my arse off, claw our way back, and who knows? By the end of the summer, maybe someone will find a cursed chest of doubloons, and we'll have inordinate amounts of cash. I won't have to worry quite as much. But that's a story for another day. All right. But in terms of today, I would like to say thank you to the following people, because, and I really hope you know this, everything you put in, donations-wise, bits-wise, hell, crowd control, gifted subs or otherwise, that is what has kept us going since, like, the beginning of the fucking plague. So from all of us here, thank you. But specifically, a massive thank you to Big Saxy, Akira Zero, Wolfcrad, Bacon Avenger, PVS, Fearless Sun, and J-Post. Bits of donations are still the biggest thing that keeps going, so thank you. Your moderator today was not just Caffeine and Lizzie T. Powell, but also Rhymes with Moose. And Nutterbun was our new follow person. But between Long Sprees and the Hunts of House Carl, I would like to thank Catastros, Barbles, Lagmeister, Clank Crusher, Kyle Gardo, Manchester versus Tottenham. It's DX Man, Sadlin, PVS, and Hayshift, and Stoff Creates for bringing in a massive raid. Once again, friends, please go check out the games that Stoff has been working on, because they've been putting them together for feckin' ages, and they've been seriously putting in the hours. Okay, and last but by no means least, you do not have to go home, but you cannot stay here. Oh, all right. I'm going to pass you over to my good buddy Sapience, who is a games industry legend. They're currently building Legos and having a good chill Saturday night. Mainly because everybody else I know is playing games that I do not want spoiled. So, here we go. Right. If you have any questions about the games industry, do ask Sapience, because they're one of the people that I learned from, you know? So, they're definitely worth chatting with. But that's it from me, friends. I hope to see you all on Discord. I hope to get some time to actually hang out and maybe even play one of those video games that I've heard so much about. But yeah, if you'll excuse me, friends. I've got to walk the dog first, and then I'm going to treat myself to the absolute cheapest gin that money can buy. And that is my Saturday night. So, whatever you do with the rest of your weekend, may it be glorious and wonderful. May you have good sleeps and better beverages, alcoholic or otherwise. And yeah, I'll see you all on Tuesday for whatever weird indiness takes our fancy. So yeah, have a great evening. Love to you all. See you soon. Good night, friends.